Days of days, pseudoscience just a big charade, making theories they just can't explain, on philosophically biased claims. Days of days, we break away just like a renegade, so pay attention, gonna get a grade. The school and globus tell they all awake. School and globus with diplomas and a chip on the shoulder. Debate is over, mind is sober, solar system disclosure. Can't go back once you heard the facts. We make a pact, never take the backs. School and ballers and the followers that give them the dollars. They try to holler in the chat that you're a fraud, not a scholar. They hating y'all, that's why they attack. The earth is flat no matter how much they laugh. Days of days, pseudoscience just a big charade, making theories they just can't explain, on philosophically biased claims. Days of days, we break away just like a renegade, so pay attention, gonna get a grade. We school and globus tell they all away.
In a world. Alright, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to talk right now. This is Skull and Globers episode 22. Welcome, Familia. And I'm going to pop over, and now I'm unmuting Discord. Let me know if the audio changes. Last time I feel like the mic was super distorted because I was coming through Discord, but we'll figure it out. Alright, cool. How's it going? If you were here yesterday, we tried this new format out through Discord. We're doing the same thing today. Should be cool. If you want to join the discussion, the first link in the description is the Discord Earth Awakenings. So jump over there. It should bring you to where we're at and get you checked in super quick and pop you up there. And I will throw the QR code on the screen as we go on into the open discussion portion of the format. So you guys can just scan it if you have an external device, and it's in the thumbnail. All right, cool. So we're just gonna get into the PowerPoint. That was the summit trailer. That's Friday. Get your tickets if you want to go to the summit. It is Friday, the 8th and the 9th. We'll talk about that later. And cool. I know a lot of you people that see this video may be new. You came in with the whole Dean Odell debacle. So welcome to the fam. If you're new here, where we just patiently wait for ballers to answer questions. So we will switch over to the PowerPoint and jump right into it. And share it with them. And we'll come over here. So, boom. So this is episode 22. And we are going to cover a subject that we've covered some. But I have yet to hear a rebuttal, so maybe today's the magic day. Who knows? They say they didn't hear any change. The mic should be good. I think we're A1. All right, cool. So, questions of the day. Last week, we had a question of the day that was, can you provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun? And we patiently waited for, ended up being a 4-hour stream to no avail. We did not get the answer to this question. Maybe today is the magic day. So as the questions go unanswered, they just begin to stack up throughout the streams. So maybe if anyone jumps in as a glober, which they do get precedent, they get presidential treatment. They get to go before everyone else. Maybe they can help us answer that question. Let me pop over here. So again, there's a question. If you jump in, you have to help us answer one of these questions. What was happening last time is people were jumping in. This is what always happens, right? You show like falsification of the globe model, and people are like, oh, but how's the whole universe work, stupid flurf? That's not how this works. People just want to come in, they want to be like, oh, southern star trails, and not listen to the answer. And that's not what this is about. This is about answering the questions on the table, not just avoiding them and then gaslighting and asking random divergent questions. So, okay, the first question, again, is can you provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun? Okay, the next question we have on here that's new is, do you have any exclusive evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away? Which at this point is actually a requirement for the globe model to be true. So maybe we can get an answer to that. And then we added 2 here to give you guys a nice array of questions to choose from. Can high-frequency radio waves and microwaves propagate through the curvature of the Earth? And then, of course, subsequent questions would follow, dependent upon your answer there. So, like I said, I've covered some of this information before, but we'll cover it briefly, and then we'll just jump right into open discussion. So, let's start with radio waves. So, radio waves, of course, are light. So, radar is light. Here you have the entire frequency or the entire spectrum of the electromagnetic spectrum. This is electromagnetic radiation, formerly known as light. And of course, there's a small section that's visible light. We normally call visible light light, and then we refer to radio waves and microwaves and X-rays in their own genre in our mind. But it's all just electromagnetic radiation. Our eyes effectively can detect a certain range of frequency or vibration. This is the visible light spectrum, but all this is the same thing, just different frequencies. So you have a very low frequency starting here, and you go all the way up to these cosmic rays. So low frequency, medium frequency, high frequency, very high frequency, ultra high frequency, super high frequency, extra high frequency, infrared, visible, ultraviolet, X-ray, gamma ray. The globers do love their gamma rays. So the radio wave spectrum goes up to about 300 gigahertz, and then you start getting towards microwaves. 300 gigahertz, 300 megahertz to 300 gigahertz. Excuse me, 300 megahertz, 300 gigahertz is where you start to pop off into the microwave range. So this is just a basic understanding of what radio waves are. It's just light. It's electromagnetic radiation, and we'll see if maybe this can help. Can the radio waves help the ballers out with the question number 2? Because many of them claim that it does. But we will see how that goes. Okay, so some basics here. Sound waves progress through a medium at a velocity that is characteristic of that medium. In a particular medium, wavelength and frequency are inversely related, so that short wavelengths can only be obtained at higher frequencies. A beam of sound will not be directional unless the object that is sending or reflecting it is at least several times longer than that wavelength. In tissue, directional beams of 1 centimeter or less in width can be reduced at frequencies of 1 megahertz or more, other things being equal. The higher the frequency, the narrower the beam. The attenuation of beams of sound in tissue at ultrasonic frequencies is directly and almost linearly related to the frequency. That is, the higher the frequency, the greater the attenuation, and the weaker the return signals. Now, one might say, oh, it's talking about sound and tissue. What does it got to do with anything? It's the same principle with all of the electromagnetic waves, right? So the higher the frequency, the greater the rate of attenuation, meaning the absorption rate of the wave in the medium. So this is why microwaves get absorbed into the medium faster. They cannot go as far because they have a higher frequency. And for example, they're much more affected by moisture in the air. Right, because they have a higher frequency, they have a higher attenuation rate. So it's a basic concept to make sure that you understand going forward. There's something called attenuation. Many people will say, oh man, if the Earth is flat, why can't we send microwaves all the way across the Earth? Well, because that's a ridiculous, scientifically ignorant question, because there's something called attenuation. Okay, moving on. So here we have attenuation. Ultimately, low frequency radio waves display low signal attenuation, making them suitable for long distance communications, whereas high frequency radio waves tend to display high signal attenuation and is suitable for short distance communications. So it's very interesting, and we're going to get into this, but basically the globe model claims that there's something called skywave propagation, and that radio waves bounce off the ionosphere. And we'll cover why they came up with that. But it is interesting because then when we send the high frequency waves out, they don't go as far. And they say, oh, well, yeah, because the high frequency waves can't bounce off the ionosphere, right? And we'll explain why in just a moment. But, well, no, it's convenient that the globe models crafted this narrative. And again, don't get twisted. I'm not imposing some malevolent intention on people that came up with these ideas. They think the Earth's a globe. They're trying to explain how it could possibly work on the Earth being a globe. But nevertheless, we know that the higher the radio wave, it's not going to be able to go as far because it's getting attenuated faster. And then when you say microwaves are even faster or higher, again, from 300 megahertz up to 300 gigahertz, it's going to attenuate even quicker, which means it's not going to be able to go as far. It's convenient because that's how they've kind of crafted their ionospheric narrative. But just kind of reiterating this point here because it is important. So now we're going to go back in time a bit. Let me pop over here full screen share for you guys. So we have 1901, the reception of transatlantic radio signals. So we'll read a bit of this here. At Signal Hill on December 12, 1901, Marconi and his assistant Kemp confirmed the reception of the first transatlantic radio signals. With a telephone receiver and a wire antenna kept aloft by a kite, they heard Morse code for the letter S. So again, it's just an antenna with a wire antenna kept aloft by a kite. These weren't immense altitudes or more so elevations, because of course altitude's above land. They heard Morse code for the letter S transmitted from Cornwall. Their experiments show that radio signals extended far beyond the horizon, giving radio a new, quote-unquote, global dimension for communication in the 20th century. Now, it's interesting that they phrase it like this because in reality, and you can even go read a History Channel article, it actually was a very serious problem for the globe model because people thought there's no way that he would be successful. Again, on December 12, 1901, Marconi sent the Morse code for the letter S, and it was transmitted without wires across the Atlantic Ocean, roughly 2,200 miles. And his detractors told him, you're not going to be able to do that, bro, because the curvature of the Earth is going to block it at less than 200 miles. How would they know that, you ask? Well, of course, they can do math, and they use the radius value, and they know that, okay, the curvature of the Earth will physically block the radio wave here. So, believe it or not, it's the same exact math as 7.98 inches per mile squared. So those of you that have heard the notion that you can't use that because it's parabolic, that is ignorant. It's accurate up to over 1,000 miles. So they said, you're not going to be able to do this, bro, because the curvature there is going to block it. Well, it worked. First time, actually. He was successful in the first attempt. He shot the radio wave out horizontal line of sight like he's just sending it over a big, gigantic body of water that is flat. And they received it, the Morse code for the letter S. So then they had to come up with a way to try to explain how that would happen. So this achievement, the first reception of transatlantic radio signals, led to considerable advances in both science and technology. It demonstrated that radio transmission was not bounded by the horizon. That's interesting, because the horizon, of course, in the globe paradigm is a physical, actual location. It physically obstructs things. But no, the radio waves were not limited by the horizon, thus prompting Kennelly and Oliver Heaviside, who was a genius, a fatherhead of electrical field theory, to suggest shortly thereafter the existence of a layer of ionized air in the upper atmosphere, even though gases have no inherent shape. The Kennelly Heaviside layer, now called the ionosphere, also a contradiction in terms. So it's funny that the globe paradigm selectively chooses to hold on to Heaviside here, but throws away all of the scientifically verifiable things that he did in terms of electrical field theory, but they want to hold on to this just admittedly something he just made up. He was a genius that saved the globe, though, in theory. So that was to suggest that the ionosphere existed. Therefore, Marconi's experiments also gave the new technology of wireless telegraphy, a quote-unquote global dimension that eventually made radio one of the major forms of communication in the 20th century. In 1901, he built a powerful wireless station at Cornwall in preparation for the transatlantic test. The spark gap transmitter fed a mammoth antenna array, 400 wires suspended from 20 masts, each 200 feet tall, placed in a circle. A similar station was set up at the American side of the Atlantic at South Wellfleet, Cape Cod. So you got about 200 feet. You're going to go about 2,200 miles, and the curvature of the Earth should have blocked these signals at less than 200 miles. Okay, so that's where we came up with the idea of the ionosphere. So to give you a depiction of this and what they are claiming, this circle outside of the globe represents the ionosphere. Is the ionized gas is just plasma. That's what ionized gas is, and that's what plasma is. So they're saying that there is a layer of plasma up in the sky, and when you shoot the radio wave out horizontally, it begins to head towards space because the Earth is dropping down, curving away from it. So it'll just head off into space. You'll never be able to receive it. And the parts that's going towards wherever the reception point is going to get blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Well, once it was received, they came up with this idea that actually at the part of the signal that's not blocked by the Earth continues towards space, and then it reflects back down to the receiver on the ground. And that it'll just keep bouncing up and down. What this does is it creates skip zones. While the signal is up in the air, it cannot be received in the middle, and it comes back down. We're actually formulating a test from Tampa to Louisiana and other locations to put people right in the middle of the skip zone to prove that it's line of sight and horizontal propagation. So it said that radio waves topping out with a frequency of about 30 megahertz bounce off the ionosphere in what is called skywave propagation. Very high frequency signals with frequencies above about 30 megahertz, quote, usually penetrate the ionosphere and are not returned to Earth's surface, unquote. This creates what is called a skip zone or a dead zone. So they say that roughly 30 megahertz is where it really tops out, and most signals of 30 megahertz or higher penetrate right through the ionosphere. They actually say that the maximum frequency of the ionosphere is 40 megahertz. So under normal ionospheric conditions, 40 megahertz is the highest frequency radio wave that can be reflected from the ionosphere. Encyclopedia Britannica. We'll cover that top portion in a moment. So here is a list of amateur world records of radio transmissions over 100 megahertz. So this is significantly higher than 40 megahertz. It's almost 3 times the frequency. If you look to the left here, if you can see my cursor, this is the signal frequency column. So we have roughly 106 megahertz here. Now we can keep going down in the list all the way down to 40. And you'll see that the numbers actually get bigger in the distances as the frequency gets lower. And in case you didn't follow that, as you look at the world record list, as this number gets lower, which is the frequency of the radio wave, this number, which is the distance away it was received, gets higher. We covered why that is, of course, because the higher the frequency of the wave, the higher the rate of attenuation, means absorption into the medium. So if you look here, this is 106 megahertz, and we just covered that 40 megahertz is the highest frequency radio wave that can be reflected from the ionosphere. Now, the ionosphere was never actually scientifically proven, mind you. It's just a real scientific principle. Meaning you can test in a lab that if you shoot radio waves at plasma, if the frequency of the plasma is equal to the frequency of the radio wave, it will reflect it back. So if the radio wave is equal to or less than the frequency of the plasma, it will reflect it back. This is a very real principle that can be tested and verified in a lab. And this is why Oliver Heaviside suggested it. Because Oliver Heaviside was an actual scientist, an experimenter, an inventor, similar to Nikola Tesla. If you ever read any Oliver Heaviside, he was a genius, which is why he knew that the ether had to exist. Okay, so the problem here is that these are over 100 megahertz, and if we look over here at the distances, we should be roughly around 200 miles maximum for these signals. And a lot of these are just shot on the ground, right? Not even in higher towers. These are amateurs. Yet we see that these are 1,000 miles, 1,500 miles, 2,500 miles. We have a few on the list that are over 2,500 miles long, over 100 megahertz. Now, the reason that that's a problem is because it should penetrate directly through the ionosphere, right? Which is why I quoted it right here. Very high frequency signals with frequencies above about 30 megahertz penetrate the ionosphere and are not returned to Earth's surface. And it's very simple physics, so it's not debatable. Where it uses the word usually here, and it says under normal ionospheric conditions, 40 megahertz is the highest frequency radio wave that can be reflected from the ionosphere. There's no normal conditions or usually. It's just science. It's physics. It isn't debatable, nor is it disputable. If the frequency of the radio wave is higher than the frequency of the gas, it would penetrate it. That is just a scientific fact. Until someone can somehow suggest that they have a test or experiment that proves that's not the case, we're going to stick with provable, testable, empirical physics. So this refutes the globe model. These signals should be blocked at less than 200 miles. We're shooting them 2,500 miles. 2,500 miles. So if you look at this, okay, it should be blocked at 200 miles. These signals are going to have to bounce up and down multiple times to go 2,500 miles. But again, it's going to penetrate the ionosphere. I'm really driving this point home because it is just a death blow to the globe model. The reason this is important also is because within the globe model, they claim to actually send radio waves of frequencies higher than 40 megahertz, specifically because they know it penetrates the ionosphere to space to supposedly determine the distance to things like, I don't know, question number 2, how far away is the sun? So you can't have your cake and eat it too. So now, I know what the supposed answer is, and I'm going to wait till someone finds it, feverishly Googling, and we will show what is wrong with it. But anyway, this is a good night to the globe. I hate to break to you. I bring this up a lot, and people don't want to address it for some reason. So over 100 megahertz, 2,500 miles, should be blocked at 200 miles. That's a physical geometric refutation of the radius value. Okay, we can move on to microwaves. Again, microwaves are a higher frequency. They start at about 300 gigahertz or 300 megahertz, and they range up to 300 gigahertz. So if you look here, microwaves have a significantly more narrow beam, thus a much smaller span of diffraction. If you look at the depiction to the left, you'll see the radio wave is gray and the microwave is orange. You see it has a much more narrow beam. The bottom depiction is the best visualization to make the point here. So this hill would represent the curve of the Earth. We're going to send out line of sight microwave and radio wave. The microwave is much thinner than the radio wave. So in theory, the radio wave, although much of it will be blocked by the curve of the Earth, the remainder of the wave will actually span out, go past the hill, and then fill in the gap behind it. But it will get significantly weaker because much of the signal would be blocked by this hill or curve of the Earth. The difference with the microwave is it doesn't span out wide enough to even get over the hill to diffract. So it cannot be diffracting. Actually, 300 megahertz, where the microwave range begins, normally has a beam divergence of about 1 meter. And you get up to 300 gigahertz, it has a beam divergence of 1 millimeter. This is not going anywhere over the curve of the Earth. Okay, so this is even more of a problem for the globe if this was to go past the geometric horizon, because you can't even invoke diffraction. Don't take my word for it, though. Take the military's word for it. Take the Encyclopedia Britannica's word for it. Do microwaves bounce off the atmosphere? While lower frequency radio waves can follow the contours of the Earth and bounce off layers in the atmosphere, microwaves only travel line of sight, typically limited to 30 or 40 miles on the Earth's surface. Another important property of microwave radiation is that it's absorbed by moisture, right? Because it has a higher attenuation rate, because it is a higher frequency like we covered earlier. Microwaves travel by line of sight. Unlike lower frequency radio waves, they do not diffract around hills, follow the Earth's surface as ground waves, or reflect from the supposed ionosphere. So terrestrial microwave communication links are limited by the visual horizon to about 40 miles. Now, this just shows how ridiculous claims like this is, because everyone in this community, despite whatever side that you've fallen on, knows that the visual horizon is not physical. It is not the curve of the Earth. So how would you know where to limit the microwaves based on where you see the horizon optically? Optics don't physically block things. So how would you limit, the microwave can't go further than the visual horizon. That doesn't even make sense. But why are microwaves not reflected by the ionosphere? The microwave frequency range lies between 300 megahertz and 300 gigahertz. Beyond 40 megahertz, frequency does not get reflected back by the ionosphere. It can pass through the ionosphere. Due to this, microwave frequencies are not suitable for ionospheric propagation. These are official sources. I'm going to read that sentence again. Beyond 40 megahertz frequency does not get reflected back by the ionosphere. It can pass through the ionosphere. Due to this, microwave frequencies are not suitable for ionospheric propagation. Not only are microwaves not, but nor are radio waves over 100 megahertz. Anything over 40 megahertz penetrates the ionosphere. It says basic physics. Now here we have a screenshot explaining that with a 99% circuit reliability, so a computed circuit reliability of 99.9%, signals can be transmitted in stages of 50 to 250 miles using microwave. Now, they claim to oftentimes put these at higher elevations, but oftentimes they still go beyond where the curvature of the Earth would mathematically be. This is why they call them tropospheric forward scatter systems. They claim that the microwave actually reflects off a lower layer, the troposphere, right? And then the same type of thing as the ionosphere, where the microwave just bounce back down. Well, that's interesting because you would have extreme signal loss strength, which is not ever accounted for in the documents. And you wouldn't have a 99.9% reliability since the troposphere is volatile and constantly changes its conditions. You wouldn't be able to reliably hit your target with the microwave as it scatters in all directions. You would lose signal. You would never be able to go somewhere as far as 250 miles. But this is what they call it because it has to work somehow, and they just assume that something's going on in the lower layer of the atmos to reflect it back. Now, if someone wants to provide empirical evidence that this happens and explain how it was 99.9% predictable and reliable, hit me up. So, and then just to wrap this back up, because I was trying not to keep this too long here. So I've covered this quite a few times. This is the main death blow that we're talking about tonight, right? That these frequencies are over 100 megahertz, and we're shooting them over 2,500 miles. The curvature of the Earth and the globe model should block the radio waves at less than 200 miles. That is over 12 to 13 times too far. This is a physical impossibility. It happens consistently. So that is the presentation. We're going to open up the lines here to see if we can get some answers to our questions. I'll go back over the questions here. Can you provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun? Making sure we're still good on YouTube. Do you have any exclusive evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away? Can radio waves, high frequency radio waves and microwaves propagate through the curvature of the Earth? Okay, so let me pop over to Discord. And again, globe Earth proponents get their priority. So just raise your hand and we'll bring you up on stage. If anyone wants to answer any of these three questions, I'll leave them up. The first one is from last week. We didn't get an answer that was sufficient. Can you provide? We actually didn't even get people attempting to answer. We broke down the kinematic and dynamic equivalence of a geocentric position. Can you provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun? The sun's 93 million miles away, or that the radio waves can even work on a globe or go through the Earth? So there are the three questions. I'll leave them up. And if anyone's got any answers to the questions, raise your hand. Eventually what will happen, as the ballers are afraid to do so with the pressure on, I guess, we start to just bring truthers up and kind of discuss what the PowerPoint was about. All right, cool. So, and I would say clearly, I don't think the ballers are really going to raise their hands. They get kind of nervous. But if truthers raise their hand, I mean, whatever, I can bring you guys up, and just know that if a baller ends up wanting to come up, we give them priority. So what's up over here to the chat? Yeah, okay. Very exciting. It's funny, man. You know what I'll do, dude? Maybe I should put the glasses on and I should give the Glober answers that they can't. All right, we're going to leave that in the reserves, right? Like if the ballers don't answer, we're going to put the Glober glasses on and we'll help them out. We'll show them their best arguments and then what's wrong with them. In a world. By the way, we are running on Rumble and Rockfin. And if you want to join the Discord, the link is in the description. Earth Awakenings will pop you in here. Again, I do want to reiterate this, right? What happened last time was, again, the ballers always get super scared to come answer the questions. And then people eventually come in and they just want to start asking random gotcha questions about flat Earth. I was on TikTok with Caleb. The same thing happened there, where people don't want to defend the current globe model. They don't want to address the refutations presented. Right? They just want to find some question they think the flat earther can't answer, like they should be omnipotent or omniscient, and then somehow the Earth becomes a globe again. I've just presented a physical refutation of the globe model. You can't invoke refraction. You can't invoke diffraction. You can't invoke the ionosphere. This is a refutation of the globe. That has been done many times. Now, like I said, and I'll come back over here to the PowerPoint, we're actually doing a test where we're going to further bury it, right, by putting people inside the skip zones here. Because if what the globe claims is true, okay, cool. You got to invite to speak. Then you would not be able to receive it there. I mean, the signal wouldn't be there. It'd be going towards space. So, yeah, we're setting that test up. There's a lot more to it than I thought there would be, and I'm trying to decide if I should save it for the documentary. Oh, I guess I could announce this on here. I've never announced that. I think that we're going to be a part of a pretty professional documentary, and they I was like super skeptic or suspect about it, right? Like I was suspicious, and I said, man, I'm not going to be a part of a hit piece. I would never be forgiven. I need final edit rights, and they offered final edit rights. So cool. I think that that's going to manifest. That should be cool, and we may be doing some of these tests for that documentary. So they want to get Flat Earth a shake. All right. SC, you got something you want to say since the ballers are scared?
Not really. I just came in to support, to say hi, and yeah, I'm anxious. Why don't you guys come in? Here's your chance. You guys always give Witsit a hard time. Here's your chance, guys. Come on in.
Pretty funny. Like, are we? Yeah, it's crazy, man, because this happened last week. So that's why I kind of thought that what we would do is we would keep. Could you please explain the whole universe and its operation in layman terms in 5 minutes or less, please? Yeah. Yeah. If you're ready for the super speed, I think I might be delayed. My camera might be delayed. I might end up. I think what I might do is swap to full screen for the Discord and then reset my camera. But so this is my idea to get rid of the problem where the ballers won't answer the questions. I'm gonna keep adding to the questions, right? So there's gonna be this long list of unanswerable questions. Now they think I think they know that I'm setting them up with number 2 here. Like, do you have any exclusive evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away? The reason I put that on there is it kind of ties into the presentation, as one of the claims we get so often is that they sent radar to the sun to determine that it's 93 million miles away. We'll save the slam dunks on that claim for if one of them actually come and try to make it and defend it. But if they don't, by the end of the show, I'll tell you guys the easy way to shut that ridiculous claim down. But the reason that's also important is because, you know, they claim to be able to reliably send radio waves and radar to space. And the way that they do this is they send radio waves or radar that has a higher frequency than 40 megahertz because they know it would penetrate the ionosphere. So you can't then turn around and say that radio waves higher than that can't penetrate the ionosphere. So it's pretty crazy. This is just something that happens all the time. No one thinks about it. Amateur, world records for long distance radio transmissions. Your cam is off on YouTube. Oh, look at that. Okay, so I'm going to reset my cam. Why? You're saying it's off, but it's not. I'm looking at it. Anyway, I'm going to reset my camera. and go full screen. I guess, I mean, you guys don't have anything to say? Do we, like, I don't know. So I'm going to go full screen, show the Discord, and then, Gio, I think you're in here. Can you help me out if anyone raises their hand and wants to come in? You guys just want to talk. This isn't a topic. I was trying to see if they have anything to say in chat, but who cares? Yeah, so if anyone wants to pop in. If not, then I'm going to play like a video until I fix the camera. But let me pop over full screen.
I just wanted to say that I hope all is well with you guys and that y'all are staying blessed. And I think that it's weird that there's 44 people in here and not one of them will say anything to you.
Yeah.
They're talking to talk. Come on, guys.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing pretty good. A lot better than I was. Staying blessed, avoiding stress.
Nice. All right, mute. All right, hopefully the camera works now.
Yeah. I had nothing else to say. I just wanted to say hello and wish you well.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, hopefully the ballers will come on here. I want to say, I guess I'll just kind of start. I guess I don't want to necessarily do like the Dante Williams where we taunt you on the way to the end zone or whatever, but it is interesting, right? And so the reason that I'm doing the show, and I'm glad that Gio agreed to kind of like partner up with me, is trying to get more people to pop into this Discord so maybe they'll defend it. Because I would love to know what I'm missing here, and within a few minutes I may end up having to throw the glasses on and be the baller. All right, let's see, is the camera's working now. All right, we're back live. All right, cool. Hey, shout out to my boy Justin Johnson, always supporting the channel, gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, brother. And welcome to the Misfits. I guess what I can do is I can show you guys the stream. So I'll actually show you guys my OBS. I guess that's probably a little cooler to see.
Hey, I'm sorry, I saw an invite to speak, but my headset was messed up for a second there.
No worries, brother. How's it going?
Oh, really good, actually. I just wanted to touch on what the last dude was speaking on, and that's that it's not so much that none of us are willing to speak, that none of the ballers are willing to speak.
Yeah, of course.
That's all.
I get that, yeah, but that's kind of, I mean, yeah, that's the idea.
I get it, because I used to be one, and I got into this years ago. Started doing all the refutations, laughed about it all, said, it's easy to laugh all this stuff off. Then I got away from it for several years, came back to it, and suddenly Tiffany hit, realized, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And now I'm not a baller.
Yeah.
Keep doing what you're doing, bro.
All right, thank you, brother. Will do. Welcome to the Misfits, everyone that got a membership. Shout out to my boy Justin Johnson for hooking people up with the memberships. I guess we'll plug a little promo here, shameless promo. Actually, let me show you guys full screen here. I'm wearing the Etheric State fasting merch right now, if you guys can see. Yeah, fast Etheric State, baby. I think I'm gonna launch a new one that's embroidered, but anyway, I showed you guys the Misfits merch last night, so that's about to launch. It's embroidered, super nice, super cool. So everyone that is a member gets a discount. Patrons get a separate discount, etc. So yeah, it's pretty cool. The idea of Misfits is like you don't care to, like it's like misfit, of course, and you don't care about fitting in because that's the number one thing that we deal with, bro. It's the number one thing we deal with, and people get so intimidated. And like, let's be real here. Why? Because what you may not know is if there were 20 different physicists in here right now, they also wouldn't be answering my question. They would also be doing the same thing. They would be trying to feverishly Google it to find what the answer is. So I find that to be interesting. People get intimidated. Like, don't get intimidated, man. Like, seek and speak truth unequivocally, meaning regardless of what people say. Like, so yeah. Anyway, so it's Miss Witsit, speak up is the slogan. Diggy Tack, what's going on? Are you a Glober?
For the most part, yeah. But I was actually going to come in to try to work on the claim of providing evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away. And even just on my short research, I was going to present the argument of, so I've been taught since like high school that radio waves transmitted from Earth reflects off the sun, and we actually are able to receive back those radio waves. But after doing further research into this, nobody has actually verified that this is true. It's only theoretical based off of the reflections of the ionosphere on how the Earth works, but I don't understand how they could also apply that same theory to the sun. So I kind of found that interesting, and I just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what I know about it since you did. Thank you for coming on, man. So they claim that they did send radar to the sun in 1962, but like if you really look into it, it's actually highly suspect, and they didn't replicate it, and they made up an entire new framework of interpretation to try to say that it was verifying the distance. But let me read this off real fast. This, since you brought it up, we'll go ahead and give the death blow. Many anti-flat Earth channels and stuff like FTFE, they will bring this up. MC Toon's been bringing this up for years. Okay, and I don't know if you know who that is. If you don't, then good for you. But this is the main problem with it, whether it's theoretical or not. It has to be because of this. Okay, so the sun is called a black body, and I'll bring up the actual citations if I need to. They call the sun a black body, right? Let's read this here. A black body is a body that absorbs all wavelengths of light. No light is reflected, and therefore, at low temperature, it appears black. Emission from a black body is temperature dependent, and at high temperature, a black body will emit a spectrum of photon energies that span the visible range, and therefore, it will appear white. The sun is an example of a high temperature black body. Okay, so what is radio waves? It's light. Right, it's lower frequency light, electromagnetic radiation. How can you how can you bounce a radio wave, which is light, off of the sun if it's a black body, and no light is reflected off of black bodies, and it absorbs all wavelengths of light? And then, so it's just the whole claim is just physically impossible within their own paradigm. I'll also read this part here. A black body surface completely absorbs external irradiation regardless of direction and wavelength distribution. Its surface absorptivity is always 1. So the reflectivity of a black body is always 0. Right, so there you go. They could not have sent radar off the sun in their own paradigm to verify the distance. Don't you find it? Isn't it interesting though that you've been told that since you were younger, and that claim like floats around, and it's just not even true? Like, isn't it weird that stuff like that goes on?
Well, it's also depicted in Hollywood a lot. There's always that stereotypical like, oh, it's a bunch of observers around those like big satellites. They're listening to the radio waves out in space, and they're always like, oh, we're just like pointing it at planets and pointing at the sun to have these radio waves that came from like months to years ago, and they're just re-listening to them, and it's just like, and none of this has ever been proven true. I just thought it'd be very interesting. But yeah, that's all I really hopped on here for, was just to describe my observation.
Cool, man. I see you got Dogecoin in there. That's pretty funny. Real fast, I mean, while you're up here, like, are you kind of new to this conversation? You've been looking into it. You're kind of just like new to it, type of thing, or just undecided, or.
I'll say I'm highly suspect that flat Earth is true. I'm still a glober, but I'm the type of person that's willing to listen to the arguments. So I'll stick around and see what you have to say.
All right, cool, man.
Bro, a lot of globers got their hands up.
Oh, really? Oh, well, invite's been sent. Thank you. Sorry, I should. Okay, not that one. Oh, you guys are on top of it. So everyone has been invited. My bad. I forgot to check. All right, let's get the globers in here. Let's go.
Yo, what's up?
What up, man? You're not a
No, I
glober?
probably. Yeah, I am.
Oh, yeah, you are a glober.
Oh yeah.
Do you know why the
I
radio?
probably.
Do you have an answer to one of the three questions, brother?
No, I've not heard really much at all about radio waves being bounced off the sun, so no comment there.
Oh, okay. Well, they claim that one of the ways that they verified the theoretical distance of the sun being 93 million miles away is that they sent radar in 1962, and people have run around saying that in the globe community for many years. But of course, that's physically impossible within the globe paradigm, right? Because black body absorbs all light. Radio waves are light. But the questions really are more broad than that. And I'll go back to sharing. I'll share the screen. If you can see my screen, I'll change to the questions. And you obviously don't have to rush to answer them or something. And maybe the other ballers will take the invite to speak. But we have, can you provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun? And exclusive, of course, being the important word there. And then the second question is, do you have any exclusive evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away, which is where the supposed radar test came in? And then, can high-frequency radio waves and microwaves propagate through the curvature of the Earth? The follow-up would be, if not, then doesn't line of sight, long-distance, high-frequency microwave and radio wave transmissions over 40 megahertz refute the globe model? I got another person with their hand up. Who's it? I can't do that one. It's the only person off limits. So Turn Up Truth, Eggshells, Kosho, Terry, B-Man, Steel City. An invite has been sent to all of you guys. And I'll show the Discord. Last time people were acting like I was censoring people. So if you see here, all of these invites have been sent out.
I mean, I can think of something to go for question one, but I'm not well researched here, so you probably might school me.
It's all good. I mean, no shame, brother. Try it out.
All right. So, you know the zodiac constellations?
Yep.
You know how they were like discovered, right?
Go ahead.
So what they would do is they would kind of use the position of the stars to figure out where the sun is relative to the stars, right? So like at sunset, when the sun's on the horizon, they would see the stars that they could see and they'd calculate where the sun was, right? And they noticed that every day the sun would drift a small bit. And in the globe model, that's explained by the Earth moving around the sun, so it has to spin a little bit more to see the sun. And so the stars are in a slightly different place than they were the night before. How is that explained with the flat Earth?
Yeah. So specifically, this question isn't necessarily exclusive to a shape. It's just about, is the Earth moving or is it flying around the sun, right?
Or yeah, stationary Earth, whatever.
Yeah, and you're correct that they would say that the change of position in the sky of the sun is because we're orbiting around the sun, right? And that the sidereal rotation is because we're spinning. But of course, the inverse being that there's a kinematic equivalence, and I'm not sure if you know what that is. Let me show you my screen. I'm going to change to my OBS, and I'm going to go full screen here real fast. So kinematics is how bodies move in relation to each other, right? I know it's probably a little. You can click on my screen to make it bigger.
Oh yeah, I'm on mobile. It's pretty big, actually.
All right, cool. So kinematics is how bodies move in relation to each other. So what we'll do is we'll have two bodies, right? And so this would be kinematics. It would be this pin is moving around the marker. That's all kinematics is. Then it's moving in a circle. So I could draw a geometric visualization of this. It's how bodies move in relation to each other. That's called kinematics. Dynamics is what causes it to move. So in this scenario, of course, I'm introducing the force with my hand and moving the pin, right? But that would be dynamics. So kinematics is how bodies move in relation to each other. Dynamics is what causes the bodies to move in relation to each other. In your paradigm, that is gravity. Gravity is dynamics. Kinematics would be like Kepler's laws, how the planets orbit and stuff like that. All right, I'm going to pop back over here. So anyway, all that to say, in the heliocentric model of today, it utilizes relativity, which is built off the principle of relativity, which came long before the theory, right? And it's just the idea of if I'm standing on the street and I see a carriage go by me, either the carriage could be moving or I could be moving and the carriage could be still. They're equally valid kinematically, right? The principle of relativity. So and the reason I explained all that was because if you apply this to what you bring up right now, then that would just mean, well, either we're moving around the sun or the sun is moving around us. So there's a kinematic equivalence. So your model claims, well, the reason that the sun's changing position in the sky is because the Earth is moving, making it look like the sun's moving, but actually the sun's not moving in relation to us. The other side would just say, oh, well, the sun is moving in relation to us, and that's why we see it moving. This would also go for the constellations positions in relation to the sun, right? As the sun goes through its ecliptic plane and we quote unquote spin, it would just be the stars spinning in relation to the sun moving, independent of that. And then you would have the constellation sun position relationship. So long story short, there's a kinematic equivalence. So either it's equally valid to say that the sun is moving in that scenario or that the Earth is moving in that scenario.
Yeah, like sort of a reference frame thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Again, I mean, this isn't, my sort of subject, so
That's all good.
I don't really have any argument here.
It's all good. I'm going to try to find the quote from Einstein so you don't have to take my word for it. By the way, just a reminder, all of the ballers have had the invites sent to them. If anyone else wants to jump in. And I'm not kicking you off of here, bro. So here is Einstein saying, slideshow, here's slide. Here's Einstein saying, when I was a student, make sure you guys can see it. There's a lot going on here, man. I need an engineer. All right, but when I was a student, I saw that experiments of this kind had already been made, in particular by your compatriot Michelson. He proved that one does not notice anything on Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest. More specific to this conversation right now, let's see if I can find the quote here. Okay.
You have a lot of slides. How do you navigate them all?
Just the arrow. All right, so here's a quote from Albert Einstein in The Evolution of Physics, from Early Concepts to Relativity and Quanta, page 224. And this is actually 1938. So this is over 20 years after General Relativity was published and written. He said, quote, the struggle so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus, which would be a geocentric or heliocentric model, would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system would be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the Earth moves, or the sun moves and the Earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. And I'm actually going to show the stream. So, so again, the sun is at rest and the Earth moves, or the sun moves and the Earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. The two sentences could be used with equal justification. That's kind of like what we're talking about right now. So any movement we see from the sun would just be equally explained with the sun moving.
I guess, I mean, like, visually, but, there's also, like, different things definitely cause other things. So, like, the gravity of the sun will cause Earth to move. It's just from Earth's reference frame. It's the sun that's moving. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Well, basically what he's saying is any observation we make from the Earth would be equally explained if we weren't moving, but everything else was moving. I mean, if you just step back and kind of think about it anyway, it makes sense because we see the sun move in the sky, and we see the position of the sun in the sky change throughout the year, right? Like, that's the observation. The globe model says, sure, it looks like that, but actually it's moving because we're spinning. So it's moving day to day because we're spinning, right? That's what causes the sunset and the sunrise. Like, we are falling backwards away from the sun, during the sunset. We're doing this epic nosedive every morning towards the sun, which makes it look like it's rising. And then it changes position throughout the year because we're orbiting around it. So it makes the sun look like it's at a different angle from us because we are moving around it. So you could equally say, well, we're not moving around it. We're not spinning. The sun moves around us, and the sun just changes on its elliptic plane throughout the year. Yeah. So
yeah, I'm a Glober only because it's that epic nosedive is what gets me out of bed every morning.
Yeah. Well, the next time you go watch the sunrise, just think about you're doing a skydive.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Every morning my room tilts down, gets me out of bed.
Well, I'm glad it gives you some motivation to live for, brother. Well, yeah.
Other people,
Either get scared, man. I don't know why. I'm a pretty nice guy. I mean, I can get upset
Come
sometimes.
on, guys. Don't be frightened.
Let me make sure I didn't miss anything.
I have nothing else to add to this conversation.
Oh, I don't want to miss the super chats. Okay, we can do that. We'll read off some super chats. Matthew De Gregorio. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Hey, military, bring on the EBS. Emergency broadcast system? I'm not sure the relevance of that. Is there something going on I don't know about? Matthew, thank you for the $10 super chat, brother. Much love. Again, Justin Johnson, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Welcome to the Miswits. Tilia, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Keep it up. Will do. LJ, $2 super chat. Moon landing hoax and FE debate on modern day debate this weekend. Nice. I think it's, MDD, not MMD. That's cool. Moon landing hoax and FE debate. Oh, this is a good time to actually announce this. I will be debating Professor Rob Parks tomorrow night on Jeranism. 6 p.m. Eastern. So that should be cool. Jaren has a thing called Debatism. It has a specific format, no interruptions. It's pretty cool. And yeah, me and Professor Parks and I, shall I say, will be debating. Of course, he has a PhD in astronomy. He's a professor. He runs an observatory. If you don't know who that is. And we will be having a friendly debate tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Eastern, on Jaren's channel. So you want to tune in for that. Thought you were debating FTFE. Now he backed out last minute, and honestly, I'm not mad about it. I actually decided a while back I wouldn't ever give that dude any time or energy. Then I watched what Caleb did to him, and only liked the clip of it. And I'm like, you know what? This dude's on the brink of being removed from the internet. All right. And so just because he wanted someone to jump on for debatism, I'm like, whatever. We can do it this one time, and I'll just thoroughly expose him and clean up what Caleb did. And I can't imagine anyone ever taking him serious again. No reason it would be relevant because he gets propped up in the algorithms. But long story short, he backed out, I think for obvious reasons. And I think he said something about family or whatever. And I was relieved. I'm like, yay, perfect. And I went around, asked some people to help me out. And then, my wife mentioned the idea of Professor Parks. I'm like, bro, I didn't even think of that. I reached out to him. He was cool. Me and Professor Parks are cool. So anyway, long story short, that is... Dude, we could actually watch some of that clip. It's so funny, bro. I just don't know if I can play it for Discord. Oh, I can't. I can play it for Discord, right? Yeah. We could watch some of that clip. It's so funny, bro.
I'll be the Glover to publicly announce that I'm not really a big fan of FTFE either.
Well, that's good, bro. That's good. I can respect you a lot more because if you had said you were a fan, that would have been bad, bro.
Yeah, like obviously I agree with his position, but like the way he goes about it, he's just rude all the time. That's the thing that I don't get.
Yeah. And a lot of his claims about the globe are wrong though. So like he actually does you guys a disservice. Like he does, man. Like you don't have to make up just ridiculous claims. Like he goes down swinging on that we sent radar to the sun thing. It's like, bro, no, you didn't. If you look into it, they literally admit that they didn't actually do it. They created this new interpretive framework to claim that they did, and it doesn't even work within your paradigm with black. And I don't know if he knows about all that, but my point is that he makes some arguments that actually make you guys look bad. You guys got to get your. I will say we also got to get some flat earthers in check too. Some flat earthers make arguments they shouldn't make. It just happens, I guess.
Have you seen all the times he like bragged about the time he punched somebody?
No, I don't watch him, bro.
I was in one of his debates once, and he was like, he was talking about like, oh yeah, there's a news article. You saw the last guy that messed with me? I'll post a news. It's like a news article about him like brutally attacking someone. He was bragging about it. Really weird.
That is suspect, yeah. Dude, I'm gonna and like I gotta say, man, like did you see the presentation? We kind of debunked the globe, bro, because let me view from current slide here. Like, I'm curious what you think about it. Like, you don't have to, because I know you are in front of a decent amount of people and stuff like that, and it's up to you, man. But is it kind of just like too much for you to swallow the idea that it could happen, and so you kind of have this block there, or do you feel like you've thoroughly entertained it and that you think the evidence shows that it's a globe? Like, you know?
Well, I mean, like, personally, I believe I have evidence that shows it's a globe, but obviously for this, I'm sorry, for this you have the 3 questions, and I don't want to derail from those at all.
Yeah, that's good, because I don't want you to, because that's what I've figured out, is that we get into these redundant cornered questions, and like what I realized is many people, they'll be faced with the evidence that refutes the globe, and it's just kind of easier to ignore it and then try to go look for something else that they think works with the globe. And I just don't want to. The 2 things that I gotta prevent on this show is people coming on just like spamming the flat earthers with questions, and not acknowledging the globe Earth's burden of proof, that model, and then just like them deciding which little arguments that they've tailored they want to bring up. I'm just gonna bring this back up in case people are just now tuning in. We talked about how radio waves are actually just light. If you just heard, we discovered that's why the claim that they sent radar to the sun doesn't work, because light gets absorbed by black bodies. They claim the sun is black body radiation. Anyway, you have the radio waves. This is going to be a very quick recap for you guys, okay? So yeah, the radio waves is just the non-visible spectrum of light. The visible spectrum of light is a very small percentage of the frequencies. When you get up to 300 megahertz, you get into the microwave range up to 300 gigahertz. And we covered how the higher the frequency, the greater the rate of attenuation. That's the absorption rate of the signal. And anyway, they claim that when you shoot the signal, the radio wave, it actually gets partially blocked by the curve of the Earth. The rest goes towards space, bounces off the ionosphere, and comes back down, which is why we're able to send radio waves horizontally over the Earth way further than we thought we could, especially starting with Marconi in 1901, 2,200 miles. He then did 10,000 miles. So we covered that under normal ionosphere conditions, 40 megahertz is the highest frequency radio wave that can be reflected from the ionosphere. This is official, this is Encyclopedia Britannica. You can go to any official university, it'll tell you that. And we covered that actually, if you look here, these radio waves, which are over 100 megahertz, which means everything over 40 should penetrate the ionosphere. Because if it's a higher frequency, then it can't be reflected back by the plasma. These are 100 megahertz frequency radio waves going over 2,500 miles, which would penetrate the ionosphere. So that is a direct refutation of the globe. I mean, there's really no way around it. So, and I do know, I think we're lagging again. What in the world? Anyway, I was recapping for anyone that was new. All right, do we have anyone with their hands up or anything? No, it's funny, they all had their hand up. X-Shells, where you at, man?
I actually do have a question for.
Yeah.
Oh,
go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I actually do have a question for kind of both the globe and flat Earth, because honestly, I've never heard either of them address this very specifically. I've heard people talk about the centrifugal and centrifugal force differentials and all that. Has anyone actually ever done the math? If gravity did not exist on Earth and the globe was real, what kind of force would be generated that would throw us all off, like a tennis ball with water on it thrown through the air? And how powerful would gravity actually then have to be in order to counteract that force and provide us with our sticking force.
I actually did calculate that. If you could give me a minute to find it real quick.
Oh yeah, not a problem. I just, it's one of those few things I've heard a lot of people talk about that issue. I've just never heard anybody kind of crunch the numbers and come up with the math. And I got to figure if the globe is trying to argue that that's what we live on, they have to show that math. As a flat earther, we don't have to show that math, but we could always show it to refute them.
Cool. Sorry, I was messing with the camera. I think we're back. I don't know why it's delaying, but I do think we'll be getting our new camera setup. Just real fast, bro. I think we'll be getting our new camera set up here soon, so we'll have high quality, and it won't be doing this. I'm using my phone right now, so it's lagging. So sorry to the chat, guys. Try to let me know in the chat if the camera starts lagging, so we don't decrease the quality. So you asked for the math of the centrifugal and centripetal forces, or the centrifugal force, and how it would be countered by gravity. I'll go ahead and tell you right now what their official answer is. Let me get my globe glasses. I'll save us some time here. I think I know the math off the top of my head. All right, so they claim that there is centrifugal force. For those of you that don't know, the idea is if you take something and you were to spin it around, say you have a little ball tied to a string, tied to a stick, and you spin the ball around on the string, right? The ball is going to have a tendency to move out to away from the stick, right? Away from the circle because of centrifugal force. That momentum will start to try to carry it forward as you spin it around, okay? They claim that this, of course, happens on the gigantic oblate spheroid as it's spinning, and this creates an equatorial bulge of roughly 13 to 14 miles, and that this also causes you to weigh slightly less at the equator. So his question is about the relationship, the proportional relationship of the centrifugal force and the gravitational force, which, by the way, gravity isn't a force in the current paradigm. It's the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. So it's a misnomer that mass attracts mass and everything's pulling everything down. Oh, I forgot I'm a glober. So let me just answer the question from the globe perspective. So yeah, we have the equatorial bulge, 13 to 14 miles due to the centrifugal force. And then we have gravitational quote-unquote force. It's not a force, but you can think of it like a force, but it's not actually one. It's actually just the effect of the bending and warping of space-time. It's basically like railroad tracks guiding everything down. And down is always relative to the center of mass, as a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass. Anyway, so if you look at the relationship between the two, then you will notice that the centrifugal force is only about 1% at the greatest portion, which will be at the equator, 1% of the gravitational force. So you will weigh slightly less at the equator, but if you look at the math of the mass of the Earth within the fabric of space-time, so the displacement of mass causing the bending and warping of space-time around the globe, if you look at the value of gravity resulting from that, in comparison to the centrifugal force of a sphere with a radius of 3959 spinning, with a tangential speed of 1,037 miles per hour at the equator, then you will see that it only creates 1% of the centrifugal force strength as the force that isn't a force that can be thought of as a force called gravity. So I do know that that's the claimed relationship is about 1%, if I'm not mistaken.
According to my calculations, it is 0.0034 Gs, or about a third of a percent.
Okay. Yes, maybe I'm remembering less than 1% then.
Yeah. It's going to be about a third of a percent of the 9.8 per meter squared acceleration.
There you go.
With all calculations.
I have no reason to challenge the math. I mean, the globe is math. So it wouldn't be doing very good if.
Well, I guess that's why I was wondering about it, because I mean, you do the bucket test, you spin around, everything sticks inside the bucket. Just doesn't make a lot of sense that we'd stick to the outside of a ball. And you're always talking about how electromagnetism and the force differential, while yes, electromagnetism way less than gravity, even gravity is not considered to be that strong of a force. So I don't understand how gravity can overwhelm us flying, I mean, what is it, 12, 13 different vectors through space trying to throw us off?
Okay, I'll answer this question
But
for you too, man. Oh, you got it? You got it, CMOS?
CMOS, it's a
Or
camera
Seafoam?
stuff.
Seafoam. CMOS would have been a super base thing, by the way. It's like incredibly good for you.
Oh yeah, because my astrophotography stuff.
It's like
You probably
98 crucial nutrients that you need.
I think with the 12 different vectors thing, you have to remember that the paths that the things in space take are incredibly huge. It's not like walking around a merry-go-round at 1,000 miles an hour. It's light years in a period. Like, I think it's better to think about it in sort of a period rather than a tangential velocity. Like, if you were on a merry-go-round that spun once per day, you're not gonna feel too much centrifugal acceleration, let alone one that travels once per year or per 1,000 years, yada yada yada.
So are you saying in this one particular case, if the globe math was true, it would work out? Or if the globe was really a globe and all the math was right, it would work out? Is that what you're saying? So
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
they
Respect.
worked it all out so that that works?
Yeah, man. Look, respectfully, I don't want the show to be conversations that aren't problems for the globe. Because people are just gonna hear it and get lost into the illusion that somehow that the globe is viable. It's not viable, but this is not an example of it.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't a problem. I thought it was a problem for the globe. So that's
I get it. I know.
apologize.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just trying to point out. Now, logically speaking, it would be a problem, but you have to present this in a very specific way, my brother. And I'm not. I hope you didn't just leave like that. But what I'm saying is, I just don't want it to go back and forth for a long duration of time. We're just kind of talking about a thing that they do have an answer for. They would just say relativity. When you talk about the additional vectors, they're going to say that it's all relative. It's based on your reference frame. You have linear motion. You're not going to detect it. You're not going to be able to feel it. It's not going to directly impact our experience here. The centrifugal force would. The local gravitational force, that isn't a force that can be thought of like a force, would. But the idea of us flying around the sun, they claim, now I agree that relativity is a joke. It's not even permissible intellectually on its face. It's been falsified in the quantum and cosmological scale within their own paradigm. So then this would be a problem for them. The multiple vectors is a problem for them, knowing that relativity is wrong, but that needs to be introduced with it, right? Because not acknowledging that they have relativity isn't the most effective way to go about that. So anyway, that's the answer. The answer is that you don't have to account for any of the other forces or motion in the heliocentric model because of relativity. So that would be the answer. Like, for example, we're supposedly going around the sun, and even though it's like we're curving, we're going straight. So we're going straight, but we're actually curving, but we're actually looks like we're curving, but we're just going straight, right? So it's that we're actually traveling a straight path through curved space-time, and we're effectively free-falling through a geodesic path around the sun. And so since there's a linear velocity, we can't detect it. Now, we've actually debunked that by now showing the interferometry can detect linear velocity, but that's not going to create this. That's linear velocity of light, like detecting linear velocity of light, right? Or detecting linear velocity with the propagation rate of light. So that's a highly sensitive measurement. So when it comes to filling something or being slung off the earth or anything, that's not the best. It's not the best argument. You debate Dr. Rob Sagenis? Yeah, of course. All right, I see. And that's all love. I'm just trying to like right now, what we currently have is we have things on the table right now that actually refute the globe model, no questions asked. And we need a glober to be able to explain them to us. Right? That's what we need. I'm delayed again. We need a glober.
I agree.
Yeah, the glober needs to explain what we're talking about in this stream. And I'll go back here so that everyone knows what it is.
Yeah, if you can go back to the questions.
Yeah.
Definitely want to ask something, or if you could like put on your glober glasses at the very least. I want to go like deep into skywave propagation and skywave technology and these skip waves and these zones of skip waves. Like, what is the glober side explanation to how the ionosphere has different layers, et cetera, et cetera?
Okay. And it sucks. I guess this is like this. This is this bittersweet moment for me where I have to give them their alleged out so they can just chug it like Kool-Aid, you know? But it is what it is. I have a refutation for their claim anyway. But
Unless there's another Glober or any other Glober.
yeah,
who can
they're not going to want to
properly-
speak up until they hear me articulate their argument well, and then they'll have a new boost of confidence. Like, let's be real. I was saying this earlier. I should start charging the Globers. I need tuition.
We got eggshells here.
I'm fine speaking up. I just need to understand what the question is. Like, for one,
no problem.
12 different vectors isn't to me a thing. Something can't travel in 12 vectors, so it isn't. No sensible physicist would claim that. To me, my understanding of it from my 9th grade physics was you do vector addition, right? So if your car's going forwards and then you turn, both of those, according to physics, are acceleration, right? If you're putting your foot on the accelerator and changing speed forwards, that's acceleration, and turning sideways is also technically acceleration. You add those together and you get a new vector, right? Which is forward and a bit to the side. And that's an object in any moment in time can only travel in one vector.
Yeah, so just to clarify here, I did just give you your stillman, my brother. You're right, there are additional vectors, right? There's vector addition, but that's in the same reference frame, right? So like in that scenario, you would actually be using the stationary lab frame of the Earth, and you would have additional vectors. But in the vectors he's talking about is the spin, the orbit, the fact that we're being carried along in a translation of motion with the sun 500,000 miles per hour through the galaxy, and the galaxy's going 1.3 million miles per hour, et cetera, et cetera. In your paradigm, the reason that you don't even have to add the vectors in that scenario is because of reference frame. So we don't even experience those, like we can't see the effects of them directly because we're inside of this local reference frame of the Earth, right? And so we're not going to know them.
I wouldn't say we can't see them. We certainly, with physics, like what the orbit of the planet is doing is speeding up and slowing down. This one broke my brain for ages too, till I started playing Kerbal. The planet is speeding up and slowing down in its orbit. The only orbit that maintains a consistent speed would be a perfectly circular one, and we all know perfect circles don't exist. So it is speeding up and slowing down, yet for that body or anything inhabiting the same space as that body, it is zero acceleration. It is free fall the entire time. It has no net forces acting on it.
Yeah. No, and like
I get that. That breaks my brain too. So if that's confusing,
I mean, what breaks my brain is the idea that we're banking going 66,000 miles per hour, and that no one cares or feels it because we just say the word reference frame. But Wolf, if you see what I'm saying here, this is why we can't do this. And because they will jump on any, and I'm not even attributing ill intent to eggshells, right? I actually like him overall. You know, I'm just saying that they will jump on a question that they feel there is a sufficient explanation for. It's just kind of basic physics that they've been taught, and that we can, once you understand that principle, whatever. So I want to concentrate on the questions here. So I'm going to bring the questions back up. So here are the questions for tonight. And this first question is, can you provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun? This is from our first episode with Discord, with our partnership with Earth Awakenings. And we haven't had anyone offer sufficient exclusive evidence the Earth orbits around the sun. So that question just stays on the list. Okay, you want to take that one?
Sure. Like I would agree. I don't think I can give you like one single thing and go, this is it. I think what you get is you add a whole bunch of things together, and then you go, well, this is the most probable outcome given what we see, right? So for one, you can find 10 or so videos of what the stars look like and the sun looks like from Antarctica. And then if you go, right, so if there are people who are claiming to go down there who are shooting time-lapse videos, and at certain times of year, the sun appears to be going horizontally, it's going around you like a hula hoop, and the stars are circling also horizontally until you look up overhead, and then there's a fixed point dead overhead or close to dead overhead, depending on where they are. That, to me, is then starting to make a picture. And then you go, right, well, the mean noon changes. So the time that the sun is dead overhead is not always bang on 12 o'clock. And they didn't know this and started doing like till the 1700s or something when they got accurate timekeeping, and they were searching for longitude, right? It was this epic search for how can we calculate longitude. We've got an idea of how it works, but we need an accurate timekeeping device because your latitude is your local reading of the polar, the celestial pole, how elevated it is in the sky. But your longitude is sort of what time it is. And if you don't know what time it is, you can't tell where you're at. And so the point I'm making is you keep stacking together all these things, and then it becomes the most probable answer.
All right, brother. Going forward, can we try to keep it concise, please?
It was a bit long. It was a bit long, sorry.
It's all good. Okay, that isn't specific to the orbit of the Earth. So the fact that the sun goes around us would be the rotation of the Earth. And I guess you were trying to talk about how like it changes its position throughout the year. Yes. If that's not, then it's not the orbit. Like the fact that we go to the south and see it supposedly orbit around us, yeah, that's about the globe and stuff. But this specific question is there any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun? And the reason it's phrased that way, meaning that that's the only explanation for it. As in, it couldn't be equally explained with the Earth being stationary, right? So to kind of rewrite your answer as to make it applicable, it would be, if we go to the south or wherever we go, that the sun, we see it, definitely goes around us, right, once a day. They claim that's because the Earth spins. But that we see the position of the sun change throughout the year. It gets higher and lower in the sky, right? And we have an analemma. And the claim is that the reason that happens is because the Earth is orbiting around the sun. So it makes it look like the sun is changing its position in the sky. But actually it's because our angle to the sun in our orbit is changing. And it just creates the illusion that the sun is moving. Even though we're moving, we just can't tell. So that wouldn't be exclusive evidence, right? Because there's a kinematic equivalence, and we just covered, even Einstein told you, to say that the sun moves around the Earth or that the Earth moves around the sun are kinematically equivalent in validity. Right?
Kinematically equivalent, but to me, not logically equivalent.
Okay. Well, I would disagree with you. Do you know what Occam's razor is?
Sure, it's an evidence. What is it? To make an assumption for which you don't have evidence, like disregard something for which you don't have evidence.
Well, it's that which requires the least amount of assumptions is more likely to be true. It's just a logical premise.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. So let's start with what are we observing? Because you invoked logic, right? So like what we see is that the sun changes its position in the sky throughout the year. So we see the sun moving in the sky throughout the year. Option one is the sky is moving in the sky throughout the year. Option two is it looks like that, but it's actually an illusion because we're moving and we just can't feel or detect it. So I would say applying Occam's razor, the Earth being stationary actually wins logically, right?
To me, no. What we see is the moon orbiting the Earth, and we can have a pretty good indication of how far the moon is and that it's smaller than us. We see the Jupiter orbiting not us, but staying relatively equidistant to the sun and getting far further and far closer to us. We cannot put ourselves at the center of Jupiter's orbit. It doesn't make sense to. And we cannot put the moons of Jupiter anywhere about except the center of mass of Jupiter. So what we continually see when we look up is small bodies orbiting big bodies, and never, ever, ever, ever the other way around. So what that leads us to is a probable conclusion that some interaction between them, which also logically makes sense, right? It makes sense to see a big fat man spin around a child, but not a small child spin around a big fat man.
Okay.
So I'm agreeing there's not a single bit of evidence you can get that will show this is definitely the case. This one bit of evidence to the exclusion of all other possibilities proves this thing. But when you put them together, that seems to be the most probable.
Of course, our position is that the Earth is actually bigger and everything in the sky is smaller and more local and whatever. What we're looking for is exclusive evidence. This is kind of the reason that that's the question, okay? Because there is a kinematic and dynamic equivalence with the geocentric and heliocentric model. We'll actually be covering that with, the PhD astronomer tomorrow night on debatism. I'm sure we'll talk about that. And now let's compare the two. Now, basically you're saying, and it's because you're just kind of assuming gravity in your mind, is that smaller mass will go around the bigger mass or whatever. Okay, cool. Gravity's been debunked anyway. But if we just step back, let's say, okay, if they're equivalent in validity, whether outside of subjectively determining which one's more logical, right? Let's just talk about evidence. So we have the geocentric model and the heliocentric model. The geocentric model does not require dark matter, and it does not require dark energy. And we'll just focus on the second one, dark energy. So the reason it doesn't is because in a geocentric model, you do not need the universe to be accelerating and expanding in all directions. The reason we claim that's the case is because it creates the illusion that you're in the center even though you're not. Well, the geocentric model would say we are in the center. That's why it looks like we're in the center. So if there's an equivalence in validity, other than some like subjective, which one's better type of argument, the dark matter and dark energy problem makes up 96% of your cosmology. So the geocentric model would be way more viable looking at the actual observations and evidence, because we don't have to invoke some made-up idea that can't be defined or detected or measured to try to save it. It just works the way it is. We don't need dark energy. So we don't even have to get to like subjectively determining. The evidence says geocentrism works way better.
Can you clarify for me what kinematics is? Because to my understanding, it is describing what is the case, the motions of the planets, without attempting even to describe why. It's just a what, not why. Is that right?
Yeah, pretty good. Just like a geometric description of how they move.
Right. So, of course, it doesn't need to explain why any of these things happen, because it's not attempting to. You're just saying if I ignore asking why, then I don't have to.
No. I said there was a kinematic and dynamic equivalence if you use Einsteinian or Newtonian mechanics. But both of those have actually been falsified, right? So it doesn't even matter, because both of those are provably wrong. But what I'm saying is, just based on observation, right, we see that all the stuff in the sky moves in relation to the Earth. That goes back to 1927, Edwin Hubble. And Edwin Hubble, we got these really big telescopes. We could see way further than ever. People were arguing about all kinds of things, and he's like, I'm going to go figure it out. People didn't know if our galaxy was all there was. Is there other galaxies? No one knew what was going on. We got these big telescopes. Hubble looks out, and he finds all these other galaxies in the distance, and he sees that they're all moving in relation to the Earth. The idea before that was when we look out further, we're going to see things moving everywhere because nothing cares about the Earth. We're just tucked over here and sniffing it. So, long story short, it looked like we were in the center of everything. There was evenly distributed redshift for the most part, all the way from us. All the distant galaxies were completing circular turns once a year in relation to the Earth. That was unexpected. So then he proposed the idea that the universe was actually accelerating and expanding in all directions to create the illusion that we were in the center. That's why it's called the Hubble constant, which is the rate at which the universe expands, because he's the one that created the idea. So it's the idea of like being a little ant on a balloon, and if you blew the balloon up, if the ant looked around, he would think he's in the center of the balloon because he's so tiny, and from all angles it's expanding away from him. From what he can see, it's going to look like he's in the center. That's the idea, right?
Sure.
So
I'm not.
Wait, almost done. I know it's a lot, but it's important because that's called Hubble constant. Okay, so there's something called the cosmological constant, and that is the energy that would be required to make the universe accelerate and expand in order to explain why we look like we're in the center. Now in 2023, we've discovered that if that's happening, the universe has to be expanding 4 to 8 times faster than the speed of light. So your model needs some type of energy that no one can find, no one can measure, detect, observe, even figure out what it is in theory, that's going to make space itself expand up to 8 times faster than the speed of light. It's called the cosmological constant problem. It's a huge problem. But we don't have that problem.
This is going on a bit, Witsit.
It's my show, brother. I don't know if you're aware.
Sure. So, but the issue is, I feel like we're trying to run before we can even crawl. If we can't look at Jupiter and go, that is something that gives off a really good impression of spheres with smaller spheres orbiting it, it doesn't to me make any sense to discuss redshift. Because redshift is mysterious, but if we can't look at that and go, that's probably a sphere because we can see it, we can predict its motion, we can predict the motion of its moons, and we can fire radio waves at it and get it bounce back. I'm not actually sure if that last one's true, but I presume it to be. Then it doesn't make sense to go, what are galaxies doing, right? If we're like, that's just a light, then galaxies are also lights. It's meaningless.
Bro, the Earth being in the center can predict all of those things as well. We use something called Kepler's law. We use something called Kepler's laws. That's just kinematics. There's a kinematic equivalence, right? And here's one thing. If the Earth is in the center, right? And that means it's in a special, unique position, like there's only one center, then why would it be logical to think that it should be like everything else that's moving around it? It would.
It's not in the center.
Well, we're talking about the two options of it being in the center or not. So if you're going to challenge the center position, you have to actually stillman it, right?
Sure. So my understanding of the Neo-Tychonian model is, let me just find a drawing of it, but it's just saying again, yeah, if you ignore the causes for why these planets are doing these orbits, you can arbitrarily make anything the center. I could make myself the center and then draw chaotic diagrams to explain why the moon gets closer and further from me. But what makes more sense, if you're just going down if you're going away from, can I make it deductive absolutist argument, instead, can I infer what is the probable argument? Then I go, well, it doesn't make sense if I center the moon on me. It doesn't make sense if I center the sun on me, or Ganymede is not centered on me. Right. What makes most sense is the thing where all of it snaps into place, where you go, things orbit other things according to their mass and speed.
Okay, that doesn't work though. So
where does it fail?
Mercury's perihelion shift, and then everything outside the solar system. So
I haven't heard the first one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Mercury's perihelion shift. It shifts in such a way that it doesn't work with mass. It doesn't work with just a mass relationship. It was way further off with Newtonian, but then Einsteinian. But it doesn't even matter, because when we get outside of the solar system, it completely falls apart. And we can't just pick the solar system and ignore everything else. So we actually know for a fact that the things that move in the sky do not move strictly because of a proportionate relationship to mass. Provably so.
Let's stick with the perihelion shift then. What's that saying?
I mean,
if you use the gravitational math to make the prediction of Mercury, it's off. It doesn't actually match what we observe. Can we real fast, bro? Because this is what I want to avoid. I want to make sure that we actually have coherence on the show. The question is, do we have exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun? The reality is that we do not. We do not have any exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun. And I'm pointing out that since there's a kinematic equivalence, it's actually way more viable for the Earth to be in the center, because we don't need dark energy or dark matter, which means that the geocentric model is not only equally valid, it's more valid.
So, but if I bring up something that I say, this makes it far more probable that things are orbiting things according to their mass, we're still agreeing that Mercury appears to have a smaller mass than the sun, right? So if you go, well, that can be explained by the perihelion shift of Mercury, and then I ask you to explain that and you go, I'm not going to, then there's no way that I could ever prove to you, because you can just say words that then you don't support, and then it's like, well, it's been debunked because I said words.
Okay, so see, you're not even actually listening. So this is the reality, bro. You don't get to just arbitrarily determine, oh, we're going to ignore that the geocentric model would be 96% more viable, because I'm going to subjectively say, I think it makes more sense that smaller masses move around bigger masses, therefore the Earth must be moving around the sun. Because if you actually use the dynamic equivalence of the Newtonian or Einsteinian frameworks, if you account for all the mass in the universe outside the solar system, it would actually be more logical that the sun's mass is overcome with the angular momentum of the rest of the universe in a dynamic equivalence of a geocentric position. Further than that, we know that everything in the sky is not moving just because of how much mass is there, because we have galaxy rotational speed problems, galaxy cluster problems, and many other things. So gravity cannot be true. So what you're saying makes the most sense to you has already been debunked. Happer, do you got something to say about that, since you're trying to jump in?
Oh, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, terrific. I don't see any video. There's not supposed to be video. So yeah, here's what I have to say. I agree with the dark mass problem. But I think you can isolate solar system dynamics and not worry about gravitational formulation of gravity. Kepler's laws explain everything we see in the heliocentric model. The perihelion shift of Mercury is a tiny amount per century, almost unobservable. And I think the fact that with Newtonian gravity, you could account for that tiny shift is not account for, but observe it. And it's something like what, 23 arc seconds per century.
Doesn't matter.
It's unobserved. Was it 40 arcs? Why? Okay, so I think it does matter.
I don't
Because Kepler's equations, Kepler's equations explain everything we see in solar system dynamics, assuming gravity and assuming Kepler's laws. The perihelion shift, I don't think is important because when you, and you can dispute this, because when you calculate using Newtonian gravity, and the calculations must have been astounding to go through. You have to worry about the perturbative effects of Jupiter, inclinations, eccentricities of the orbits, and it all fits. It calculates everything we see exactly, except lo and behold, there's this tiny discrepancy, and that does get explained by Einstein's, I don't remember, special or general theory of
Okay, can you stop
relativity.
now? Can you close your mic so I can respond, please? Because you're echoing.
Yeah.
Just mute real fast, please. Thank you. Okay. So, am I still
The echo's coming from your end.
Is it really? Why?
Don't know. Nobody else is lighting up for me.
In a world. Let me see if I can fix it. Sorry, I thought that was you, bro. What happened?
You haven't got a button that suddenly does a reverb effect, have you? Hang on, that stops down like it stopped. Say something again.
In a world. Second.
In a world.
Oh, that was so unbearable. So you guys can hear the echo too, huh?
Yeah.
Dang it.
You should say, guard your father.
I hear no echo.
I do though. That means they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got an echo.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm going to try to do is just back out and come back. So unfortunately, if you want to keep explaining why you think I'm wrong, go ahead. I'll be back in a second. This is the best time to monologue.
Exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun. Exclusive.
In a world.
Go to any planet and get like the North and South Star rotations. You can get eclipses. You can get why all the planets go the same direction. Everything's going east, right? The moon's around. I think do we have one in retrograde motion? No, we've got
No
one
planets, no.
orbiting. No, sorry, all of them orbit eastward. Do we have one that is revolving backwards? Or not even that? All of them go east and rotate.
Uranus is turned on its side.
Okay, but there's
That's
so
it,
they're
right.
just
190 degrees to it.
Okay. Relax, guys. We're not. I know the video game's cool, but we're looking for exclusive evidence that the Earth is orbiting the sun.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm saying
Here's my
You're saying
exclusive
you don't have
evidence,
any
if
of
I
that,
may
right?
go.
Is that what you're saying, or do you?
Here's mine, if I may take the mic.
No. Wait up.
The fact
Wait
that
wait up, bro. I'm gonna respond to the other thing you said, all the pseudoscience that you said. Now that I'm back, that was my bad. I forgot to restart the camera. I was okay. I'm gonna address what you were saying. Okay, first of all, what you started off by saying was, I think that we can just focus on the solar system. No, that's not how it works. You notice that when all the answers have devolved to what I think. Well, we don't care what you subjectively think. That makes it more convenient to defend the globe model. That isn't how this works, right? So we're not just going to talk about the solar system. It's not 1600 anymore when Newton thought that the sun was the center of the whole universe and there was nothing outside of our solar system. It's 2023 and we know that that's not the case. So we're not just going to pick and choose, because if gravity's true, which is what you guys are invoking to explain why planets move around the sun and then smaller masses of moons move around those planets, then you're invoking gravity, which means everywhere there is mass, there's a certain amount of gravity. That means it has to work all in the universe. You don't get to just pick out the solar system. Okay, so that's step one. Secondly, you're wrong about the perihelion shift. You said that that relativity, you didn't know if it was special or general. Well, it's general since special doesn't deal with gravity at all. General relativity didn't just fix the problem, it just made it a little less incorrect. It's still incorrect. There's still a discrepancy, and it's admittedly not explained to this day. They try to use a correction transform of the Kerr metric, but it doesn't work. They try to change the black radiation of the sun, the charge of the sun. They tried to add a different magic body that no one can see that must be affecting it. They mess with the math with all these different random theories because it still doesn't work even with general relativity. But it doesn't matter because you don't get to just pick the solar system out and say that's all we're going to talk about. Okay, so when we assume gravity is true, relativity, that means there's a certain amount of mass and we have a certain amount of gravity. Then we look at the sky, we see that things have way too much gravity and not near enough mass, which is why we had to invent dark matter. And then we had to invent dark energy to explain the Earth looking like it's in the center. But the geocentric model doesn't need either, which means it's 96% more viable at the least. Now we can loop back to the first question unless you have a rebuttal to those things. And the question is, do you have any exclusive evidence that the Earth is moving around the sun? Now that we've got an order in the court, whichever baller wants to go.
I have a rebuttal.
Let's hear it.
Okay. What are we arguing here? Are we arguing flat Earth and rotating Earth orbiting the sun?
Okay, so the first question is, do you have exclusive evidence the Earth orbits around the sun? That's not specific to the shape. So your model claims the Earth is a sphere that's tilted, wobbling, spinning, with water bending convexly, with an atmosphere inside of a vacuum, while it revolves around the sun while wobbling 4 different wobbles and then flies through space. So it's just it's a package deal. The first question on the list.
It is not a package deal.
So you don't believe in the current mainstream model and the scientific consensus of the Earth is wrong?
I will refute cosmology and say that cosmology is not necessary to understand the dynamics of the solar system.
Okay. Do you understand that if you're invoking the dynamics of the solar system, you're invoking gravity? So would you like to specify which gravity you're invoking?
Newtonian formulation of gravity.
Okay. Newtonian mechanics has been falsified for over a century.
How so?
Okay, many ways. One of them, Mercury's situation was a problem in and of itself. The galaxy rotational speeds show.
Now you're talking cosmology, though. I'm saying you can separate solar system dynamics from cosmology. You're beginning to bring in cosmology to it.
Define cosmology.
How the universe came into existence.
Okay, did I say something
how it works now?
No. Did I say something about how the universe came into existence?
That's part of cosmology.
But did I say anything about that?
We're talking cosmology, I thought.
Okay. Cosmology is like basically a worldview interpretation of like the origin of the universe and how it all works. Now,
There you go.
Okay, the solar system's part of that. Now, here's the point. If you're claiming a dynamic cause of the orbits of the planets, what you're saying is that there's a certain relationship with mass. So you're invoking Newtonian mechanics. Now, that's been debunked for over a century in your own paradigm.
Disagree. It has not been debunked.
Calm down, buddy. You can't explain Michelson-Morley with Newtonian mechanics. So it absolutely has been debunked, and that's why your model then invokes special relativity and then general relativity, because he didn't realize that special relativity was going to spill over into gravity. You cannot explain Michelson-Morley with the Earth spinning and orbiting unless you invoke relativity. So are you willing to admit that the Earth is stationary?
I am not.
Okay, so you can't use Newtonian mechanics then.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, hold on. Hap. Witsit, this is Sacred. What's going on, bro?
What up, bro?
Oh,
Can you hear me?
disappearing.
Yeah, I can hear you.
My bad.
Very
Just real
choppy.
quick, I have to set the stage here because I've been trying to get up here. My mic has been messed up.
Yeah, it's messing up a little bit right now, but
So, Hap is Twitter. Oh,
dang it.
he's an astrophysicist, and he was asking me to find somebody from you. This is the guy, but you went live before I did. Yeah, you went live before
Okay,
I could
okay.
like get in touch. So he
Oh, and he came back.
Yeah, Sacred, that was awful. It was just really
Now,
choppy, man. It's
to
not
him,
working.
just so you could tell, you said that you think going on again tomorrow, but I just want to let you know he's my
We're not understanding any of it, man.
Okay, cool. I did actually kind of understand it. So, sorry I had to mute you, bro. But he's saying that this is his friend who's an astrophysicist. I had asked him to try to help me get somebody with some credentials to jump in for the debate. I ended up finding someone else, but he got him to pop on here. So he's an astrophysicist. Sorry that we had to mute you. I hope you can figure that out. That's my boy Sacred. He's a legend. Hap, can you introduce yourself to the audience before we continue our conversation? Maybe your background, your credentials, or anything you feel comfortable sharing.
Yeah, sure. I tried to get a PhD in astrophysics and never finished my doctoral thesis, so I ended up with a master's. And then I was working on my thesis. A friend said, "Hey, come do some software for us," and I saw my first paycheck and never went back to school. So all I got was a master's. After that, I was a software engineer and worked in large-scale satellite communications and navigation systems. I did a lot of work on GPS.
Very cool, man.
And I've been teaching math. And physics for the last 20 years.
Cool. What
It was fun.
What level did you teach?
High school, I tutored college students who needed, help with math.
Okay, very cool, man.
It was fun.
Cool, man. Thanks for jumping on. Let me read these off real fast. Natty Bumpo, thank you for the $10 super chat. Much love to you and your family, brother. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words and the support. True Earth Norseman, thank you for the $10 super chat. Much love and prayers. Appreciated. And then Lord Racer, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Another month with all you legends. That's what I'm talking about. Welcome to the Miswits merch coming soon. I didn't want to leave them hanging. Okay, so that's very cool, man. I love to talk to people with credentials. It's typically more fruitful than someone who does not have them. And then maybe you could be a guest on my show in the field in the future if you're willing to come on camera or something. So we can continue our
Wait,
conversation.
who am I talking to right now? Are you?
Witsit gets it.
Right. I don't know who I'm talking to.
Austin Witsit. So I'll show you the screen. So can you see my screen that I'm sharing on? Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. Can you see the screen I'm sharing in Discord now?
It says Witsit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Witsit.
Okay. You're Witsit.
Yeah.
Are you Sacred or are you Witsit?
I'm Witsit. Sacred is just
Hi,
my
Witsit.
homie.
Can you see me?
No. Nope. You can turn your camera
It's
on
okay
if you want to.
don't.
Okay. So, and my name is Witsit. You can call me Austin. Okay.
Witsit.
Yeah.
Austin. That's fine.
Okay. Cool.
You can call me Ham.
Now, okay. Do you see the problem that I'm pointing out? If we say we're just going to focus on the solar system, that's just like an archaic, useless idea, right? Like when Newton proposed his idea, he thought that the Earth was in the center of, or that the sun was in the center of the entire universe. That's why Ernst Mach came along 200 years later and pointed out, he made a fundamental flawed assumption. He assumed that space was absolute and fixed, and he assumed that the entire universe was going around the sun. If you then account for the masses of the rest of the universe, then you would be able to have a geocentric model, and Newton himself said that. So do you see why it wouldn't be fruitful for us to go back to the 1600s to try to debate what's happening in reality when we now have way more information than that?
So I think it's still a fruitful exercise. Let me give me a 1 minute. Okay, I got a stopwatch here. I'm going to go for a minute before you cut me off.
Okay.
So when you do physics, sometimes you can't consider everything around you. You have to do isolated experiments where you don't worry about the universe around you to discover stuff. If in every single physics experiment you did, you had to consider, for instance, spinning Earth, the sun, the mass over in the other galaxies and all of that, you could never solve the equations. A whole lot of physics is about, the universe is just too damn complicated. We're never going to understand it all. I don't believe we ever will. So you have to isolate things and say, well, let's just look at this thermodynamic system, not worry about all the heat over here and all the leaks over here. You've got to, in order to get the equations to work and solve them, you've got to be able to intelligently decide what you can ignore. If you make that decision incorrectly, you're going to get results that don't agree with observations. As far as the solar system goes, you can ignore all the spinning Mach stuff, which you probably know more than I, but I am aware of it. But if you can ignore all that stuff, you'll find all the observations that you make in the solar system agree with Newtonian gravity and Kepler's laws. Now, there may be some tiny things that you haven't taken into account yet. For instance, the perihelion shift. For instance, whatever Machian influences you want to include. But still, if you just think about Newtonian gravity and Kepler's laws, they explain everything we see in the solar system without error and consistently. Okay, I know and I disagree with another thing you said. I do believe that using Newtonian gravity and the general theory is that the perihelion shift of Mercury has been corrected to to within observational error. I may be wrong on that.
Okay. Yeah, that's incorrect. So oftentimes people will...
How much is left? Do you know?
It's not much.
How many arc seconds?
It's not very much. It's way less. I think it was like 42 to... I can't remember. It's much less than Newtonian. But this is what I'm saying. Now you're picking now you're picking and choosing. Give me a second to respond. Now you're picking and choosing where now you're going back to relativity, right? When I asked you which one do you want to use, you said Newtonian. And you have to make this decision because we're going to have to dissect it based on the dynamic claim. And then you went over to relativity quickly with the perihelion, right? So for one, I'm not going to concede to you that we only talk about the solar system. That's not how it works. But for now, I'll entertain it because that is just wrong. I'm not looking for exercises. We're looking for what is actually going on. We want to figure out the nature of reality, not have theoretical thought exercises. But anyway, so the perihelion shift of Mercury, if you Google it or Wikipedia, people will say relativity predicts the perihelion shift of Mercury, blah, 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 blah. Now, in reality, it was discovered like 42 years before relativity. It didn't predict anything. Einstein tried to integrate an explanation for that, right? And it does drop the arc second discrepancy down a good amount, but there's still a discrepancy there, and it's not within observational error. Okay, this is why people have come up with different corrections for it. One of them being the Kerr metric. Now, the problem is even with with the solution that drops it down, the error, they have to use a massless path for Mercury. They use imaginary numbers in equation 7 and 8 for their denominators. They don't even account for the mass of Mercury half the time, because there's like 7 or 8 different proposed solutions. You have the Kerr metric, and I covered this earlier, to try to fix the problems that relativity still has left over. They say, oh, there may be another body over there that's affecting it. They try to wiggle around the radiation and the charge of the sun, right? There's all these different things to try to make it work. So it doesn't actually work. So the perihelion shift, it doesn't work in Newtonian or Einsteinian mechanics. Now, last thing. So that means, again, gravity in layman terms is certain amount of mass, certain amount of gravity. People think it works so good, but it doesn't. It didn't even work on the solar system scale, which is where we reverse engineered it from Kepler's laws. We proved it doesn't work. As we then looked out further, it got even worse. Okay, so there's kind of my rebuttal. No, the perihelion shift of Mercury is still a problem. And I need you to pick Newtonian or Einsteinian before we can have a fruitful discussion, brother.
Again, what the general goal is what? To show that solar system dynamics are not as we observe, and therefore the Earth is flat?
No. This question that we're currently discussing is there any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun, right? Like, that's what we're talking about right now. Okay, and so that wouldn't be about if the Earth is flat or not. I refuted the globe also, though, with high-frequency radio transmissions over 2,500 miles. But we're talking about if the Earth is moving or not. Is the Earth moving around the sun? Do you agree that the current heliocentric model says that there's a kinematic equivalence between a geocentric and heliocentric model?
Yes.
Okay. So that means any observation we make in astronomy or astrophysics can be explained with a geocentric model, because all motion of bodies is kinematically equivalent from a stationary position. So then we can talk about dynamic equivalence. Now, if you're interested, I can send you papers. There's a paper by Andre Assis called Relational Mechanics. He breaks down Einsteinian and Newtonian mechanics. He prefers Newtonian mechanics as well, which it appears you do. And he breaks down how the dynamics work with the geocentric model. Okay, and this is not just the solar system. This is all the way out in space. He explains the dynamics. There's also
what does that do to gravity?
It's using Newtonian
What gravity? Okay.
Yeah, and so what basically what it is as opposed to the fictitious forces in relativity, the Euler forces, the Coriolis forces, they're considered the centrifugal force. It's considered fictitious. In this dynamic equivalent version, it would be an actual force. And then since the Coriolis is twice the magnitude, you have a net radially inward accelerative acceleration of the Coriolis force, which would cause the universe to go into a continual angular momentum. There's also a paper by Luka Popov, which was published in the European Journal of Physics, that's titled the Newtonian Neo-Tychonian Machian Analysis of Planetary Motion of Bodies. Okay, it's a mouthful, but he breaks down the math of Newtonian mechanics and how it would work dynamically with the Earth in the center. Okay, so that's just a piece there. Like the solar system doesn't prove that the Earth is moving. So we're just trying to figure out, like, is there any way we can discover the Earth is actually orbiting the sun? Like, is there any evidence of that, or is it just this weirdo belief that people have because they were told it in school, and people want to think that we're not special or something because we can't figure it out?
So that's a lot of stuff that you've said. Again, I would claim that given Newtonian gravity and Kepler's laws, you can explain everything we observe. Now, whether there's some Machian principles or other elements of cosmology that will give you other explanations for gravity and Kepler's laws explaining everything we see, that's getting kind of theoretical. If I go out with a telescope and make predictions about what I can see, it works with gravity and I keep repeating myself. I feel sort of repetitive. I'm not. So you're dealing with some pretty esoteric cosmological theory, and I'm not sure on most of the website or most of the stuff I've seen, there are people out there arguing the Earth is flat and everything's explained by domes, and so that's not where you are, is it?
Oh, yeah, I know the Earth is flat, bro. I just proved it in my presentation. Were you not here for the presentation?
I was not. No, I just came in about 20 minutes ago. The Earth is
Provably
clearly
flat.
not flat.
It provably is flat, though.
Okay, so let me give you another proof that the Earth is not flat.
Just so you know, one thing we don't do on the show is have people come try to give their isolated cherry-picked globe evidence or ask flat earthers, how does everything work? We have a very specific format here because I've found out that it just evolves and there's no way to keep it in a coherent state. So let me break this down.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, let me break this down really simply, right? So the globe model has basic claims. Claim 1 is that it's a sphere, an oblate spheroid with a certain size. Claim 2 is that it's moving, that it's spinning, tilted, wobbling, revolving around the sun. The sun's going through space at 500,000 miles per hour. The Earth's carried along with it through our galaxy, and then the galaxy goes 1,000,000 miles per hour. Okay, so motion is the second claim. The third primary claim is that we're inside of a vacuum. That space is a vacuum. So we have a pressurized system of the atmos adjacent to a near perfect vacuum. These are the three primary claims. So when I'm talking about do we have exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun, we're isolating the motion claim, right? So we can have a coherent, productive conversation instead of it kind of being convoluted and everything going every which way, right? And so I've created this format where we have very specific questions. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, let's see if I can expand it.
Let me see. Which one am I showing? Change window. Here. Now can you see better? Okay, this is before I change, I want to show you this because I have to go to my other PowerPoint. You can see pretty good?
Yeah, I can't really read the cursive, but
Yeah,
I can see that.
Okay, so this is Newton's Principia, Proposition 43, Theorem 22.
Okay.
Okay, this is just the original handwritten page, so I can't read it either. But
okay.
Anyway, this was actually not in his final published version for some reason, but it's the final page. This is what it says. It says, in order for the Earth to be at rest in the center of the system of the sun. So in order for the Earth to be at rest in the center of the system of the sun, planets, and comets, there is required both universal gravity and another force in addition that acts on all bodies equally according to the quantity of matter in each of them and is equal and opposite to the accelerative gravity with which the Earth tends to the sun. And thus celestial bodies can move around the Earth at rest as in the Tychonic system. So here, Newton himself is explaining that the Earth could be in the center, even using his dynamics, if there was an equal and opposite reaction, right? As in the Tychonic system, which we now have a new. Now here is Steven Weinberg addressing this, right? Which is a revered physicist. And he says, if we were to adopt a frame of reference like Tycho's, in which the Earth is at rest, then the distant galaxies would seem to be executing circular turns once a year. And in general relativity, this enormous motion would create forces akin to gravitation, which would act on the sun and planets and give them the motions of the Tychonic theory. Newton seems to have had a hint of this. In an unpublished Proposition 43 that did not make it into the Principia, Newton acknowledged that Tycho's theory could be true if some other forces beside ordinary gravitation acted on the sun and planets. So the actual force generated by the distant galaxies and the angular momentum of the cosmos would allow the Earth to be in the center in Newtonian mechanics as well as Einsteinian mechanics. Okay, that's why we can't just isolate the solar system, because now it's giving us this distorted view that somehow we have to be going around the sun. It isn't true even in your own paradigm. By the way, last thing I'll say, because I'm not talking a bit. Relativity's wrong. Newtonian gravity's wrong. They've both been debunked thoroughly. There's no evidence for them. The current cosmology fell off the map. It's got 83% of all matter being dark matter. It's got the universe accelerating 8 times faster than the speed of light with no energy to do it. So all of this isn't even true. I'm just pointing out that even if you believe in Newton's gravity or Einstein's gravity, you would have to concede that the Earth could be in the center of the universe. So I'll let you take as long as you want to maybe respond or ask questions.
I appreciate that. Again, I think you can take the solar system and isolate it. You can sit on the surface of the Earth and make observations. All those observations with minor errors are explained by gravity and Kepler's laws. The Earth can demonstratively be shown to be rotating and can be shown to be spherical, or oblate sphere. One, I think, irrefutable proof of that is the orbit of the satellites around the Earth. Again, completely explained by gravity and by Kepler's laws. And there's no other explanation for the orbits of the satellites that you can go out tonight and look at and see and predict. And the predictions you can make for the satellites orbiting the Earth are to within milliseconds. There's no error included in them. I mean, there's no error in the equations that are used to predict where they're going to be. So what you're doing, I think, is you're using our not full understanding of cosmology and is it Machian and where's the missing mass and all that stuff, which I think is irrelevant to understanding the dynamics of the solar system. Satellites orbiting the Earth show that Earth is rotating with respect to the satellites, with respect to gravity and Kepler's laws. And there's no other explanation for the satellites. And if the satellites are doing what they're doing, there's no way to get away from that. Anyway, I'll stop there. How do you explain the satellites?
Okay. Remember what I said, that we have a specific format, and here it is. The format is questions of the day. We have 3 primary questions. Number 1 is, can you provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun? Number 2, do you have any exclusive evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away? Number 3, can high-frequency radio waves and microwaves propagate through the curvature of the Earth? Each week, we're going to add questions to this list as they continue to go unanswered. I will happily add satellites to the list in the near future, okay? There is, in fact, many. You just made a claim of exclusivity, baselessly asserting it, saying there's no other explanation for it. Well, actually, if you look at the math of satellites, which apparently you've had some involvement in, and I would love for you to come on in the field and we'll talk about it in depth, it actually accounts for real centrifugal forces. It accounts for real forces. So, but they're fictitious in your paradigm. So basically they account for an angular momentum of a rotating universe, right? But then they say it's not doing that. Also, we have declassified documents from the government saying that after they put up the first satellite in 1958, in 1962, they were still shooting rockets up, telling people they were satellites, but actually had satelloons inside the capsules that were being released. Declassified documents. We also have interferometry measurements that have shown that there is a drift that can be detected, and that the propagation rate of light increases in the direction that the sky moves with sidereal rotation, and that the propagation rate increases with altitude, which specifically refutes the claim the Earth is rotating and shows that there is actually a vortex of motion in the sky that's rotating that we're detecting with the light. So you could easily put something up above a plain stationary Earth and have it catch this drift and move perpetually. You could also have quantum locking, electromagnetic, or magnetic, so quantum locking or magnetic levitation, same thing, right? There are many explanations. There could just be catching the ether drift with the even satelloons, as the declassified documents say. They have to basically require maintenance, and they come get them every 14 days. Okay, I know people that have created cube satellites, sent them up. Yes, I get that. You assume the Earth's a sphere. You assume that they're free falling around a ball, perpetually changing direction, which is anomalous, impossible physics. But that is all different.
It is not.
Can you demonstrate? Can you give me a demonstration on the Earth, one experiment or test that shows an object orbiting another object, free falling perpetually while it's changing direction?
Any observation you make of the solar system and any observation you make of satellites, yes.
That's begging the question. That's actually affirming the consequent. If you had formulated it more succinctly, so like that's begging the question. So like I'm asking for a demonstration on the Earth that can prove the physics is even possible. Because that doesn't make sense. How can something perpetually free fall and change direction? That's just a ridiculous claim. That defies physics. So
okay, let's break that apart. Perpetually in free fall and changing direction. Why is that a problem?
Because it's just anomalous physics. There's no evidence that something can do that. Why? Because first of all, if you apply Newtonian mechanics, then it would say that the object cannot change direction without an external force being applied. So what's the external force?
The external force is gravity.
Okay, so there's an external force constantly acting on the satellites that's making it free fall around the ball and change direction.
Yes, that's gravity.
Okay, so
you've seen that Newtonian diagram where he shoots cannonballs off a mountain around the Earth. If you shoot it fast enough, it will have enough velocity not to fall all the way back to the Earth's surface, but the direction is changed by gravity is exactly the amount it needs to keep it in a circle.
Okay, so then you should be able to replicate on the Earth, even with some other force akin to gravity, an object free falling and changing direction, perpetually moving around a ball. You should be able to show that in a lab, even if you don't use gravity, right?
Well, no, you can't do that because the gravity is proportional to the mass, and the masses of a ball that you try to replicate in a lab are 20, 30, 40 orders of magnitude less than the Earth's gravity. So no, you can't demonstrate that in a lab.
That's why I said not even using gravity. Like you can use a magnetic force, right? And show me an object free falling, changing direction, and continually free falling around the ball perpetually. You can't.
But there are only four forces that are known: gravity, electromagnetism, and the other two.
Doesn't matter. Can you show me the claimed physics in a test, or can you just admit you just have to beg the question?
Well, you're asking me to make up a force that doesn't exist in the universe.
No, I'm not.
So that can't be done.
Okay, look, real fast, because this is. I know what's going to happen is if I keep entertaining this, and what's going to happen is we're just going to talk about this for 3 hours. So can we just get concessions on these, and if you guys concede on all of them, we can move on or something. So can you provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun? Because I created this format for a reason.
Gravity and Kepler's laws.
Okay, why is that?
It explains everything we see.
I didn't ask if you could theoretically explain it. I asked if you had exclusive evidence. So can you explain how Kepler's laws are exclusive to the Earth orbiting around the sun, please?
Exclusive. Well, they explain it perfectly from all observations for thousands of years. Models can be set up that explain it. And what you're doing is using, weird cosmological things, dare I say, pseudoscience. Didn't you talk about Horaces or toroidal things? And so what we've got that explains it perfectly works. You're bringing up all these strange things out of cosmology, which I would call pseudoscience, and you can quote all these papers, but it doesn't refute the fact that the observations agree with the assumptions of gravity and Kepler's laws. You haven't refuted that simply because of, the cosmological theories that certainly aren't proven either that you can cite.
Bruh. I said, do you have any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun? You said Kepler's laws and Newtonian mechanics explains it perfectly. I then said, I'm not asking you if you can theoretically explain it. And I already pointed out it objectively doesn't explain it perfectly. In fact, the Mercury perihelion shift is way further off with Newtonian mechanics than Einsteinian. If you wanted to actually defend your model, since that's been superseded and outdated for over a century, you would be trying to defend the bending and warping of space-time right now. But nevertheless, you want
No, because I'm not worried about space-time and cosmology. I'm worried about the fact that the Newtonian model explains solar system dynamics without error.
No one cares.
So
it's not 1600, bro. Why are you on my YouTube channel in 2023 trying to tell us about how something works if we limit our knowledge to what we knew in 1600? It's 2000.
Because what we knew in 1600 clearly shows the world's not a flat plane, and it clearly shows that the idea of orbits which we can observe. And we've got satellites that go to the sun, too. You don't believe that either, do you?
Dude, stop scattergunning, man. I'm asking for exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun. Kepler's laws are not that. Kepler's laws work with a stationary Earth as well. It's just ratio kinematic equations. It works perfectly fine.
Yes, there's satellites that go to the sun. There's satellites in, I forget what the Lagrangian points are, L2 and L5. This is all evidence that it works the way the heliocentric model says it does.
Okay, let's
to
pause
bring
there.
up
Let's pause there.
Prince.
Let's pause there. Okay, now you're saying that the satellites going to the sun prove that the Earth orbits the sun. Okay, first of all, that is just an unverifiable claim that things are going out close to 100 million miles away in a vacuum that defies the second law of thermodynamics. That's just an unverifiable claim.
Doesn't defy the second law of thermodynamics.
Wait up. It absolutely does. But you're just claiming that they go out there. Secondly, and most importantly, to save us time, even if that were true, if you were sending satellites to the sun, that wouldn't prove that the Earth moves around the sun. You could do the same thing if the Earth was stationary.
So what?
So then that's not exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun. And that's me giving you a second law of thermodynamics violation, assuming that there's actually a vacuum that you can even go to and then travel this supposed 93 million miles, which is interesting because that would actually then take us into our next question. Do you have any exclusive evidence that the sun is, in fact, 93 million miles away? I'm letting you answer any of these three questions, but you're not answering
the transit of Venus does that.
The transit of Venus doesn't prove the Earth or that the sun is 93 million miles away. It absolutely does not. No, it does not.
It's simply trigonometry.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. So okay. So
why doesn't it?
Have you ever done it? Of course not.
I've gone through the calculations, but no, I haven't done the calculations myself.
Because it's basically impossible to do. Because it's basically impossible to do the calculations. You would have to completely.
Why?
I'm going to explain it. You would have to, and this is from NASA.gov themselves, saying it's completely impractical and they don't do this because you would have to perfectly coordinate the time at which both measurements are taken to an astounding degree of accuracy. When they first claimed to come up with this idea in like 1600, they couldn't get anywhere close to doing that. Okay, they didn't even actually do it. This is just a talking point, and it's a mathematical problem they give to students in college to learn the idea of the trigonometric deduction of the distance to celestial bodies using the transit of Venus. You would have to actually track the entire transit and the actual error bar of the discrepancies with the observation of Venus itself, how much it can be displaced or moved around, in combination with the turbidity of the atmos and the temperature obstruction. This is from NASA.gov. NASA.gov. All of those combined together, including you have to have an immensely long baseline that isn't even feasible for the accuracy required to get the distance, makes this a completely theoretical, impractical claim. And this is from NASA.gov. So do you have another way to prove that the sun is supposedly 93 million miles away, as opposed to something that's never actually been done and isn't even realistically feasible?
It has absolutely been done. There were 2 trances of Venus somewhere around, the 1600s. The first one didn't work real well. The second one was, of course, an international effort, because it takes enormous amount of money to do this right. And their baseline, they got on 2 opposite sides of the Earth, and they watched the transit from 2 different places, and the mathematics can be done. It's similar to parallax, and it was able to show that indeed the sun was 93 million miles away. The transit was done. I don't believe the documents you're saying about NASA. I've looked at, just like you were looking at Newton's Principia, I've looked at some of the original papers that came out of the second transit of Venus, where sure, there were observational errors. Sure, it was difficult to do, but it was an international effort. They spent tons of money on it, and it worked. You can do the transit of Venus to calculate how far away the sun is. It has been done. I don't know what NASA documents you're referring to, but I do not believe they're true, because NASA wasn't even around then. And
what, bro? No, it's a recent document from NASA. Oh, I know it wasn't around. It was founded within a year of the Antarctic Treaty. But what we're talking about is that NASA tells you it's not a realistically reliable methodology. So, for example, how far was their baseline when they did it in 1600?
I suppose it was roughly the diameter of the Earth. They tried to get it as far apart as they could.
So they were the complete diameter of the Earth apart.
As far as they could get, yeah.
Okay, and you're just guessing. Okay. Secondly, how do they coordinate their times to the immense precision that is required to have that? Because every slight little deviation has drastic thousands and thousands and up to millions of mile discrepancies. So how did they coordinate the time in 1600 to that degree of accuracy?
I haven't read those papers all that closely. I haven't studied it all that closely.
Okay.
But
I have.
I'm confident it happened.
No, you're okay. So you have blind faith in a story that you've heard because you did a math equation in school. I went and researched it. I went and researched it with the current telescopic clarity and resolvability we have in 2023. You can't do this observation. That's according to NASA.gov documents. So look, you've admitted that you haven't actually. You admitted that you haven't actually looked through the paper enough to know much about it. You can't truly verify it. You're basically claiming that it was done in the 1600s. It's not. It hasn't. It can't be done. So do you have any other evidence that verifies that we are that far away? Again, the 3 questions are: can you provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun? Do you have any exclusive evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away? Or can high-frequency radio waves and microwaves propagate through the curvature of the Earth? These are the 3 questions. If you can look at my screen, you'll see them. And if you want to pick one of them and try again, then be my guest.
Yeah. Will you send me that NASA document? That sounds very interesting.
Sure. You want me to send it to you on Discord? Are you also on X? You're on X. You're on X as well. That's how you know Sacred.
I'm on X. Yeah.
Okay, I'll message it to you on X. So and actually, Sacred make a message it to you because I was giving it to them the other day. But I think I might.
Yeah, Sacred. Okay, good.
Yeah,
we'll Sacred DM it to me.
For sure.
So do you think we can bounce radar waves off of Venus to get distances to Venus?
I don't believe that people have sent radio waves to Venus, and you have to assume the medium and all of that. Well, real fast. Do you agree that we can't send bounce radar waves off the sun?
Yeah, I think that's probably true.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy that they try to tell everyone that we did that in 1962 to verify the distance to the sun? Isn't it crazy that we have all of these globe earthers going around creating entire YouTube channels for years, repeating the propaganda that they sent radar to the sun to verify its distance? Isn't that kind of crazy that we're being fed lies about this claim?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you can certainly send electromagnetic radiation into a plasma and have it bounce back to you somehow. I think that's probably possible, but I couldn't quote anything. But it makes sense to me.
All right, let me check. I got you, brother. Don't even worry. This is Skull and Globers, you know. I got you. All right. A black body, dude, get off the screen, bro. A black body is a body that absorbs all wavelengths of light. No light, this is from Brown University. No light is reflected, and therefore at low temperatures, it appears black. Emissions from a black body is temperature dependent, and at high temperature, a black body will emit a spectrum of photon energies that span the visible range, and therefore it will appear white. The sun is an example of high temperature black body. So Brown right here explaining in 1441 that the sun is an example of a high temperature black body, and that a black body is a body that absorbs all wavelengths of light and that no light is reflected. It also says a black body surface completely absorbs external irradiation regardless of direction and wavelength distribution. Its surface absorptivity is always 1. The reflectivity of a black body is always 0. So
you're confusing two concepts.
Wait. Do you agree radio waves are light?
What's that?
You agree that radio waves are light?
It's electromagnetic radiation. So yeah, using the term loosely.
No, what? No, it is just the non-visible spectrum of light by definition.
Yeah, I tend to think of light as only the visible part, but yes, sure, it's electromagnetic radiation.
But if it was only the visible part, then we wouldn't have something called visible light. We would just call it light. Like, let me ask you this: what's the difference in the visible light and the non-visible light?
Just wavelength or frequency.
All right, so it's just a different frequency of the same thing, so it's light. Okay, so if
it's electromagnetic radiation.
Okay, so you agree it's just a different wavelength?
Yep.
Okay. A black body is a body that absorbs all wavelengths of light. No light is reflected.
Yes, and it's a theoretical object. I don't think it exists in reality.
So the sun is
black
not...
body, the way I've always thought of it, if you have a black body at a certain temperature, it will emit a certain spectrum of light. But I don't think that a black body that actually absorbs every single photon that hits it exists in the real universe, or in the physical reality. It's a theoretical construct. So everything reflects some of the photons that hit it.
Okay. So you're saying that the current model is wrong whenever it says that the sun is an example of a high temperature black body, and that actually that's just a theoretical concept that doesn't exist, and that the current mainstream heliocentric model's claim about the sun is incorrect.
No, I'm saying that your definition of a black body that absorbs every single photon that hits it is incorrect. Just that statement about what a black body is. It doesn't absorb every single photon that hits it. Look at a rock, shine light on it, and some of the light bounces off of it.
Okay. Let's make it clear. It's not my definition. Right. It's the university definition. Right. So,
I think you're misinterpreting the university definition of what a black body is.
How am I misinterpreting it? I'm reading it. I'll read it again. Tell me which part I'm misinterpreting. A black body is a body.
You only need to read.
A black body is a body that absorbs all wavelengths of light. No light is reflected. Therefore, at low temperature, it appears black. Emission from a black body is temperature dependent, and at high temperature, a black body will emit a spectrum of photon energies that span the visible range, and therefore it will appear white. The sun is an example of a high temperature black body. So I'm not misinterpreting anything. You can claim that the university definition is wrong, but it is, of course, one of probably 100 different definitions I could give you from universities. This is the current mainstream consensus. A black body surface completely absorbs external irradiation regardless of direction and wavelength distribution. Its surface absorptivity is always 1. So the reflectivity of a black body is always 0.
And a black body, the way that definition is constituted, is a theoretical object that doesn't exist.
All right, man. So the point is that according to your own model, your current model, you couldn't have sent radio waves, i.e. light, to the sun. So let's go back here to this question here. Do you agree that you can't provide... wait, real fast, brother. I just want to make sure it's a coherent, edifying show for the audience. You feel me? I want it to be coherent. Do you agree that you cannot provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun?
All observations show that it does.
Can you name one?
Can I name one?
Yeah, I want.
Yeah, satellite observations.
How do satellite observations show that we're orbiting around the sun?
How about stellar aberration?
So you agree that satellite observations don't do it? Okay. So how does...
No, I think they do. Satellite observations show we orbit around the sun. Parallax shows we orbit around the sun.
Well, we can't scattergun.
Stellar aberration shows...
Can't scattergun.
Well, you asked me for evidence.
I asked you for... Yeah, well, we can't scattergun. So, like, okay, we'll start with the first one. How does satellite observations prove that we're orbiting around the sun?
Because we can see it. We can see the motion change around the sun based on satellites and other planets. Let's go to parallax.
Okay, so that doesn't exclusively show that we're moving around the sun, of course, because there's a kinematic equivalence in your own model, so you wouldn't be able to tell if it's the Earth or the sun moving.
All right, how about parallax?
Okay, how is parallax exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun?
Because it shows with respect to the Earth's orbit, nearby stars appear to change in direction from us. So it shows we're in a different position with respect to the sun.
So the stars, we see the stars change position, and that proves that the stars are not actually changing position, but rather we are moving through space. We just can't detect it, and it creates the illusion that the stars are changing position. Is that correct?
No, there's no illusion. When you're on 6 months apart, you're on opposite sides of the sun, and therefore the nearer stars appear to shift with respect to the background stars.
Okay.
It's a repeatable effect you can see over and over again.
I understand the claim. First of all, parallax is a whole rabbit hole of how they even claim to actually observe it, and then within the error margin, and they get the telescopes now, because you have like up to a degree of turbidity in the best telescopes on the Earth. And then whenever they, like Harvard will tell you, oftentimes you'll get negative parallax measurements. Just make it a positive. Don't worry about it. But I'm not even going to challenge parallax, because I'm making the point that if your claim of parallax was reliable, it's not, but let's pretend that it is, okay? It still doesn't prove the Earth is orbiting around the sun, because I just broke it down. I'll break it down one more time. You're claiming that proof that we move around the sun is that the stars change position, but that they're not actually moving It just appears like they're moving because we are moving. We just can't detect that we're moving. So it creates the illusion that the stars are moving. Right? So wouldn't it be sufficient?
If you take photographic plates of the stars, the nearby stars, and look at them 6 months apart, they shift with respect to the stars that are farther away. And you can repeat that 6 months, 6 months, 6 months, 6 months. It's always the same. So it's not turbidity. It's not some random, sometimes they move. It's predictable, repeatable, and it's been done for hundreds of years.
First of all, that
shows we're on.
That's a false claim. So actually, many of the
What's a false claim?
I'm about to explain it. Many of the local stars that are supposed to exhibit parallax don't. Some of them have even been observed to go the wrong way. Some of them we said that we can't tell because maybe there's 2 stars there. We've actually updated the model as we go to say that there's 2 stars in certain locations because they don't parallax like they're supposed to. Okay, that's the truth. I have citations for all of that. But I'm saying even if
Will you send me those too?
Yes, absolutely.
Please.
Gotcha. I'm saying that
You're getting quite a list here.
Yeah, I got you. It's a pretty simple list so far, right? So the transit of Venus, NASA.gov, and then the parallax discrepancies. So I'm actually going to, for intents and purposes of the debate, grant you parallax, right? Because I have to make the point that even if parallax exists, it isn't exclusive evidence that the Earth moves around the sun. It's very simple. The stars look like they're moving. You're claiming it's an illusion because we're moving. Obviously, it would be equally valid to say the stars appear to be moving because they're moving. And I can link you up with a PhD astronomer on your side that will readily explain to you parallax is not exclusive to a heliocentric model and can be adequately explained from a geocentric position. I can also send you papers about that.
Well, but again, the geocentric versus heliocentric is merely a coordinate transformation.
Right. So then you admit that parallax isn't.
So the math will.
Good.
So the math will work either way.
So then it isn't exclusive evidence the Earth orbits around the sun. So what's the next one we got? Retrograde.
Retrograde?
See, you're about, retrograde the planets. Some people try to claim that that's exclusive. Like, you're about to, my friend, experience this life-changing moment that it's going to hit you that all observations we've ever made work equally as well or better with a geocentric model. And when it hits you,
I've already known that for a long time because it's only a coordinate transformation.
Okay, so let me ask you this question then. So if there is a kinematic and dynamic equivalence in validity, so it's a hypothetical preface, because I know you probably want to argue about the dynamics because you're probably unfamiliar with it, and I'll happily discuss it with you, but it's a hypothetical preface, okay? If there is a kinematic and dynamic equivalence in validity of a geocentric and heliocentric model, but the geocentric model does not have the dark matter or dark energy problems, wouldn't that mean that the geocentric model is significantly more viable?
Well, you certainly haven't convinced me yet. You know Occam's razor, of course.
Yes, that which requires the least amount of assumptions is more likely true.
Right. So the heliocentric model based on Occam's razor, all these things you're talking about, I mean, it just so complicates the explanation of observations to a degree that's not even comprehensible to me. Why would you want to, bring in Machian and turbidity and all these other things when if you look at Newtonian gravity, you look at Kepler's laws, everything's explained.
Okay,
Simple, easy. Oops, there's a problem with, Mercury precession. I will research that. I thought that was explained down to observational error. You say not, but yeah, I mean, at the moment, all I've got for you, well, I'm not going to say that. At the moment, Occam's razor just says, what the fuck? Why even worry about all this other stuff you're bringing up?
Okay.
We've got gravity, we've got heliocentrism. It explains everything perfectly. It explains parallax, explains retrograde. I don't know why anybody bring that up. It explains everything simply, easily, has for hundreds of years. Yeah, bringing in cosmology and dark matter and all that stuff. It complicates the understanding of the solar system, which you can isolate. Somebody recently said it, just put it in a sandbox over there off on the side. Don't worry about all the other masses, all the other galaxies, all the other Machian principles, and it works. Why complicate it?
Okay.
And especially if your conclusion goes to the Earth is flat. I mean, that is preposterous.
Okay. That was a lot. All right. First of all, let me catch up on my super chats real fast. Okay. Welcome to the Miswits level 1, Tom. Matthew, keep your children away from school. Give them a chance. Exactly. Public school is literally just an indoctrination camp, and now they're trying to tell them not to even know basic biology. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Justin Johnson, thank you for the $20 super chat. Caleb wants you to check your text messages. Okay, I'll check them in a moment. Justin Johnson, thank you for gifting 5 more memberships. Welcome to the Miswits, whoever got them. You're a legend, Justin, always supporting the channel. Thank you so much. Miswits merch coming out soon. If you want the exclusive drop on it, go to the summit, the link in the description to get the tickets. You get exclusive discounts on the merchandise before anyone else can get them December 8th and 9th, this Friday and Saturday. Natty Bumpo, thank you for the $10 super chat. Detoxing from the Kool-Aid takes a while. Props for the patience. Thank you so much for the super chat. And yeah, I mean, it does take a while, but I just want people to be honest because, yeah, it's not cool that people are being misled and lied to about the supposed scientific proof of this pseudoscience fairy tale. Hard Hitter 50, thank you for the very generous super chat that just came through. $100. Thank you so much, brother. Prayers, brother. When you get a chance, what do you think they are truly doing at CERN, specifically with the collider they have to boast about? They love to boast about. Okay, I'm going to put that question on pause because it's a big one, and I don't want to leave him hanging anymore. But hopefully you can stick around, and I'll make sure to answer your super chat more thoroughly in a moment. Thank you so much. Very generous. All right, now let me address what you said. All right, bro. Thank you for being patient. So you brought up Occam's razor, right? Occam's razor, again, for those that do not know, is that which requires the least amount of assumptions is most likely to be true. Okay. Let's take this logic and let's see if you keep the same energy, okay? You keep on trying to isolate the solar system, but like I said, that's not going to fly in intellectual forum because you're setting us back 400 years to when people thought that the only thing that existed was the solar system and that the sun was in the center of the entire universe. Okay, we're not going to go back to 1600. We're going to stick right now. Okay, let's see what Occam's razor says. And when you brought up, you have to invoke turbidity and stuff, like, no, that's just talking about the unreliability of parallax in and of itself. I'm granting you parallax to show you this. Okay, so I want you to listen carefully what I'm saying. I want to hear your take. We're going to apply Occam's razor, that which requires the least amount of assumptions. Okay, so in 1927, Edwin Hubble, he looked out at distant galaxies and he saw that they were moving in relation to the Earth, and that everywhere he looked, it looked like the Earth was in the center of the universe. So then they came up with an idea that the universe was accelerating and expanding in all directions to create the illusion that we were in the center. Now we know, if that's true, that the space itself has to be expanding 4 to 8 times faster than the speed of light allows. And there has to be some mystical energy that's causing everything to expand, but no one can find it. No one can define it. We found vacuum energy on the quantum scale. We tried to apply it to the problem. It's off by 10 to 120th power. The biggest discrepancy in modern quote-unquote science. That's your side. Now, when we look at it from our side, everything looks like the Earth is in the center because the Earth is in the center. Which one satisfies Occam's razor?
I'm back on. Which one satisfies Occam razors? Definitely the heliocentric model if you're solely looking at solar system dynamics.
Yeah.
Everything you just brought up is cosmology again.
You don't get to
The
just
solar
hand wave
system can
dismiss,
be-
bro. You don't get to just hand wave dismiss what I said, man. I just spent the time to say all that. You need to address.
Well, no, I understand that, but that has nothing to do with solar system dynamics, or only
care.
in the most peripheral matter.
I don't care.
I mean, the fact that the universe is expanding doesn't make any difference with whether we can predict the planet's motions based on gravity and Newtonian and Kepler's laws. It doesn't matter.
We can
what
predict all of
universe
those
we're in.
things. We can predict all of those things with a stationary geocentric model as well. We've already covered that. So now we're going to go back to the question. I'm not going to repeat all of it. Okay. We made observations.
No, you don't need to, but it's irrelevant to the question of solar system dynamics.
You don't get to pigeonhole the conversation into 1600s discussion, right? That's not
It's
how
not
this works.
1600s. They discovered it in 1600s, and there's been nothing to refute it since. So what if it was discovered in 1600? It's still valid today.
Okay, bro. It's equally valid for the Earth to be in the center, but actually the geocentric model is more viable. You invoked Occam's razor. I want you to answer my question. Okay. Which one of these satisfies Occam's razor? The idea that the Earth looks like it's in the center with all astronomical observations ever, because actually space is expanding 4 to 8 times faster than the speed of light with some type of energy that's causing it to do it, but we can't find it anywhere, and it just creates the illusion that we're in the center. Or option B, every astronomical observation makes the Earth look like it's in the center because it's in the center. Which one satisfies Occam's razor?
That has nothing to do with the fact that gravity and Kepler's laws explain everything we see in solar system dynamics. You're trying to bring cosmology into it and say, look, cosmology is off by 10 to the 120 power. Therefore, we have to, redo this law, this observation that was first discovered in 1600 and change it all. It's not necessary. Gravity and Kepler's laws explain all the dynamics we see in the solar system. Who cares what's going on in cosmology, whether there's missing mass, whether the vacuum energy is off by 10 to the 120. That has nothing to do with solar system dynamics.
Buddy.
Occam's razor says use gravity and solar system dynamic. It's been working for 400 years.
Buddy, what you're doing, frankly, is very dishonest, okay? You're avoiding the question and you're not engaging in good faith, okay? I'm asking you.
I'm not avoiding the question.
And why haven't you answered it? Answer the question. Answer the question, bro. Which one satisfies Occam's razor?
Which cosmology model or which solar system dynamics model?
It's a specific question. Okay? It's a specific question. If your only thing is like, if we look at less than 1% of the universe, I can claim my model works better. That's so random and weird and irrelevant. Listen to the question one more time. Please show good faith and answer, bro. It's not gonna kill you. We all know the answer. Everyone knows the answer. Which one satisfies Occam's razor? That it looks like we're in the center of the universe because there's actually this giant illusion happening that everything's expanding up to 8 times faster than the speed of the light to trick us into thinking that we're in the center, or all astronomical observations show that the Earth is in the center because the Earth is in the center. Which one satisfies Occam's razor?
I'm not very good with the definitions in logic, so I don't know whether to say you're straw manning or falsifying, or all those other things. But the fact that we don't know cosmology well enough
Oh, dude, you're a
to
professional,
explain
bro.
what
You're
you're
a
talking about.
professional. You're a professional, man. You're a professional, dude.
Yeah,
Be
and-
professional.
And the heliocentric model works to describe what's going on in the solar system. The Earth is not flat,
my gosh.
and the Earth orbits the sun. All these theories you're coming up with and papers you're coming up with are irrelevant to that. You're bringing up all these strange, is this straw manning where you bring up something else and say, well, because we don't explain all this stuff, that means what Newton figured out 400 years ago is no longer valid. It is valid. It explains everything we see, and there are no observations that don't explain that. Sure, we don't understand cosmology perfectly, but you can't take a cosmological model that's false and therefore say, because the cosmological model is false and the solar system model works perfectly but doesn't agree with the false cosmological model, we'll throw out the solar system model too. I don't know what that logical fallacy is called, but it's definitely a fallacy to say, because cosmology is unknown, heliocentric model but must be thrown out.
Okay, buddy. Here's the deal, man. The heliocentric model.
Can you answer? Okay, go ahead.
Listen, man. The heliocentric model is why we have to invoke accelerative expansion, because the idea that the Earth is moving means that it can't be in the center of the universe. The fact that you invoke accelerative expansion within your model is directly related.
I didn't do that. I never brought up accelerative expansion.
Buddy, chill. You have to bring up accelerative expansion. If the Earth is moving through space, the universe has to be expanding, bro. Think about what you're doing. You're basically jumping in a conversation in 2023 when we have insanely big observatories and billions of dollars, and we've been looking at the sky for hundreds of years, and you come along and say, hey, we're going to ignore 99.99999% of astronomical observations. We're going to go back 400 years and we're just going to talk about the solar system. And if I pretend like the sun is in the center of the entire universe, then my model works. What? And then I've pointed out it also works if it's geocentric. It's no more valid. It's no better. No more better. So, why do you keep bringing it up? Even if we just talk about the solar system, it works if it's geocentric. The problem that you have is we can see more than the solar system, and it proves unequivocally that a stationary Earth in the center of the universe is significantly more viable. Over 96% more viable. Why are you running away from that? Are you afraid?
I'm not running away from it at all. When you do physics experiments, you have to look at things in isolation. You can't always do a physics experiment and consider everything that's going on in the whole Earth or in the whole laboratory. You look at the specific experiment you're doing. And the idea that simply because Newton figured out a model that explains everything is that now that we've got cosmological models and better observations, and the cosmological models don't fit perfectly, is absolutely no reason to throw out the heliocentric model, because that's all we're looking at. That's all I came here to look about, not talk about cosmology.
Well, unfortunately for you, you're on my show. I don't play this game. I don't play this. I want to know the truth. Let me break this down for you. What we do on this channel is, despite being censored and ridiculed by people that are less informed and haven't done the research, we seek and speak truth unequivocally. We know that what's popular is rarely true, and what is true is rarely popular, and we don't care what other people think. We want to know the true nature of this realm that we inhabit. I'm not going to get there by ignoring 99% of the evidence and then saying, look, I can make my math work if I pretend not to see the rest of the evidence. So here's my question for you, man. What is it about the idea that the Earth could be in the center, which is just a fact, it's more viable than your model, just objectively? And by the way, none of this is physics experiments. None of this is even science. This is actually observational, quote unquote, science. It's not natural science. It's just observational theoretics of the sky. Okay, but I want you to answer this question for me. Please be honest. What about the idea that the Earth is in the center of the universe makes you so uncomfortable? Why is that idea something that you're not even willing to let your guard down and truly examine with an open mind and diligently search out the truth with the evidence? What about it makes you uncomfortable?
There's actually nothing about it that makes me uncomfortable. You can do a simple coordinate transformation and put the Earth or Mars or anything you want at the center. If there's anything that makes me uncomfortable about it, because I don't think it does. So I'm basing my view of reality based on observations. And I understand physics well enough to know that sometimes you have to isolate systems and study them in isolation in order to know how they work. If you take an assumption, say, that mass attracts mass, and then you build up a mathematical body of theory based upon that hypothesis, mass attracts mass, and then you test that against observations, nowhere is that false. Now, okay, there's the, precession of orbits Mercury, and, there's some weird stuff in cosmology. But as far as taking gravity and Kepler's laws, they absolutely explain the heliocentric. The motions we see in the solar system are absolutely described without error and can be predicted hundreds of years in the future, hundreds of years. Can you do it in a geocentric system? Sure. The equations are a lot more difficult doing it in a geocentric based coordinate system than they are in the heliocentric system. So whether you want to use Occam's razor or not, just if you want to do the mathematics, you better do it in the heliocentric system, because you're turning 4 pages of calculations into 55 pages of calculations.
That's not true.
So you haven't said, oh, it absolutely is.
No, it's not. So actually, if you
Have you ever looked at Kepler's equations in a geocentric system? They're far, far worse. There are all sorts of terms that take care of the rotation, take care of the translational change to go from center of sun to center of Earth. They're much worse.
No, actually,
I've calculated those things before. I've computed them.
Okay. So first of all, your own model, right? This is not Kepler's laws, but just to point this out, with dynamics, it accounts for centrifugal force anyway. It just calls it fictitious, but it factors it in the math as if it's real. You actually have to use a geocentric position dynamically to even do your math in the first place. Secondly, whenever the heliocentric idea was first proposed, it required more epicycle corrections than the geocentric model. Okay?
Absolutely wrong.
No.
Absolutely wrong.
That's historically.
The heliocentric model.
I'm not done, man. I'm not done. You can say now that they've updated the model to remove the epicycle corrections. You should listen to what I'm saying, though. Whenever it was first proposed, it required more epicycle corrections. That is a fact. But here's the most important part. First of all, math is not reality. It's just descriptive. Science is explanatory, right? And math is descriptive. Here's my question. Does reality have some obligation to adhere to your preference of mathematical simplicity?
Mathematical simplicity. Yes. Okay. Let me go back for 1 second. The heliocentric
You're not even
model,
listening, dude. You're not even listening.
No, I know. But the heliocentric model, all the orbits are simple ellipses, which are very, very simple mathematics. If you transform that to a geocentric system, now instead of having a simple mathematical ellipse, now you've got these ellipses that have epicycles and all these weird things in them. That is not part of heliocentric mathematics. Heliocentric, they're just simple ellipses, which you can write down in, a single line. If you've got to do all the epicycle stuff you need for geocentric, you need a whole lot more. Mathematics, science. Yeah, I mean, mathematics are used to make models of scientific. You do that scientific theory. You do that whole kind of, well, what if? Okay, you build a mathematical model, and then you see what that mathematical model predicts, and you compare that to observation.
All right, look, here's the deal. Here's the deal.
Did I answer your question?
No, you didn't. And I asked you, does reality have some type of obligation to adhere to your longing for mathematical simplicity? The answer is no. Okay, and actually, when you get beyond
absolutely not, I agree.
When you get beyond the solar system, right? It's just objective that the heliocentric model falls apart, isn't viable, requires way more mathematical corrections. That's actually what dark matter is. That's why you're forced to ignore 99% of observations and just talk about one little portion of it, which was created hundreds of years ago when people had primitive technology and observations. But this is what I want to do, because this is getting circular, and I want to point out that you guys don't have exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits the sun. That's just a fact. Your arguments always devolve to, I think it's better, I think it's simpler. No one cares, because when you actually look at the rest of the universe, it's way more complicated. You have to plug in mathematical fixes for mass, and in your model, 83% of the mass of the universe is undefined mystical dark matter. But this is the part I want to show you, okay? I want because you seem to be caught up on this whole the Earth can't be flat thing as well. So we're going to skip down. We've covered the first two quite a bit. And I want you to address this last one, okay? And it is, can high frequency, because this debunks the globe. We'll just cut to the chase. Because I'm granting you the second law of thermodynamics violation that is space and all this other nonsense. Like Newtonian, Einsteinian both been debunked, and we're talking about it theoretically, and we're going in circles. You've conceded that it's equally valid. You just think it's simpler. Okay, so, well, you're wrong, unless you don't look outside the solar system. So, can high-frequency radio waves and microwaves propagate through the curvature of the Earth? That's the question.
I don't know what frequencies can, but some can, yes.
Okay. So
I couldn't give you the frequency ranges.
They could only penetrate the Earth very small amounts. Now, here's the problem. There's something called the ionosphere, okay? And they claim that when we shoot radio waves, that they bounce off the ionosphere in something called skywave propagation. This is because Marconi sent radio transmissions 2,200 miles. The globe Earth predicted that it would be blocked at less than 200 miles. So if I send a radio wave out horizontal, line of sight, the globe will block it, right? So they're like, you're not going to be able to send that because it's going to get blocked by the curve of the Earth at just 200 miles or less because you're only 200 feet up. He did it anyway, and his first attempt was successful 2,200 miles away, far beyond what the curvature of a globe would allow. They then came up with the idea of the ionosphere. They claimed that a lot of the waves got blocked. Some of them started going towards space, then reflected off the ionosphere and came back down. And it creates these dead zones or skip zones, and that's how we were able to get it across the Atlantic Ocean, was with skywave propagation bouncing off the ionosphere. Okay, so they claim that the ionosphere goes up to 40 megahertz. It's ionized gas, so it's just plasma, and that it reflects the radio wave back. To save the globe, they just made this theory up. Oliver Heaviside made it up. Okay, now here's the problem. Under normal ionospheric conditions, 40 megahertz is the highest frequency radio wave that can be reflected from the ionosphere, because right here, very high frequency signals with frequencies above about 30 megahertz, quote, usually penetrate the ionosphere and are not returned to Earth's surface, because if the frequency is higher in the ionosphere, it would penetrate it, which is why you guys can even claim to send radar to space in the first place. It's because it would have to be higher, right? Well, here is the world record for amateur radio transmissions. If you look in the left column here, this is all over 100 megahertz. And if you look right here, this is the distance in miles it was received. All of these should have been blocked at a maximum of 200 miles. Most of them are lower than 200 feet. Okay, and if you look at the distances here, we have them over 2,500 miles. The curvature of the Earth should have blocked this radio transmission, which was sent out horizontally. Should have blocked the radio transmission at less than 200 miles, yet it was received 2,500 miles away. at over 106 megahertz, which means it should have penetrated the ionosphere. Even if I grant you the ionosphere, which is a contradiction in terms because that's just ionized gas, and gas doesn't have a shape. It doesn't matter, right? If we send out this radio transmission and it's over 40, I'm almost done. If we send out this radio transmission, it's over 40 megahertz, it should have penetrated the ionosphere. Therefore, this objectively refutes the globe model because we sent the transmissions 2,500 miles, and there's no way it could have just gone through the curve of the Earth 2,500 miles. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. The radius value has been falsified, and that means that it's a plane. Okay? So let's cut to the chase. The Earth is not a sphere. We tested it. We proved that it's not one. What say you?
I'm sorry. I was gathering wool.
Yeah.
I'm listening and thinking about all sorts of things you said. Can I say one thing real quick? How do you see your name? Whatsit or Witsit?
Like.
How do you like me to pronounce it?
Witsit.
Like wit. Okay.
Yes, that's my actual last
so
name.
Witsit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I appreciate being on. It's been kind of fun most of the time. Occasionally, it's frustrating. And you've treated me well. I appreciate that. I hope I've treated you well. What are we doing radio waves? I'm not as well versed in radio waves as you are, but I'm pretty certain they bounce off the ionosphere, in spite of everything you just said. So can we provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun? Yes, I think so. Do you have any evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away? Absolutely. Can high-frequency radio waves propagate off the ionosphere and therefore go around the curvature of the Earth? I absolutely believe so. So I appreciate you having me. I appreciate everything you said, and maybe we'll do it again someday. Who knows?
Yeah, hey, let me ask you this. Would you be open to coming on my series called In the Field? But you would have to be on camera. And so basically I just have conversations with, I've only had PhDs on so much, but I'll make an exception, you know.
Take a master, a failed PhD.
Yeah. Dude,
it's the booby prize, you know, when you don't,
Yeah, I don't care about that, bro.
I mean, it'd be fun to talk about nothing but satellites and how on Earth. I mean, the only explanation I've heard for satellites so far is they're being pulled around by balloons in the trade winds or something like that. And the fact that, you know, there are probably, I don't know where you live, but 20 or 30 satellites probably are going to go overhead in your location tonight before the Earth's shadow gets in the way. And those are all predicted like to the millisecond when they'll appear on your horizon when they reach the highest point in the sky.
We'll pause there. If you want to talk about satellites, I'm open to that. I know a lot of true earthers are really curious about that question. If you want to put together maybe a presentation or like a list of topics and specifics about satellites and you want to send it to me, you can email it to me. I'll contact you through X, through Sacred. I'll message you on there.
I've seen you on X, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll start messaging. I'll give you my email. You can send me what you want to discuss in advance. I'm not going to let you get out of here disrespecting the questions like that. I'm going to recap them real fast. Number one, can you provide any exclusive evidence that the Earth orbits around the sun? We showed that you specifically could not give anything exclusive, and it came down to you think it makes more sense. You think that it works better and that it's more simple, but that you can only isolate it to the solar system, and you don't want to talk about outside of that because it all falls apart. So we definitely did not get an affirmative answer to
it doesn't fall apart. It's just we don't know cosmology. But yeah, okay.
It falls apart, but it works way better on the geocentric model. Then the second one is, do you have any exclusive evidence that it does? We don't need dark matter or dark energy. Do you have any exclusive evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away? We brought up the transit of Venus, dunked on that. We brought up the radar, dunked on that with the own model claiming it's black body radiation. Number 3, can high frequency radio waves and microwaves propagate through the curvature of the Earth? You said that you think it can bounce off the ionosphere, but I don't think you were paying attention. I specifically covered that only frequencies at or below the frequency of the ionosphere would be able to be reflected. Anything higher than that would penetrate, and that we actually have the world amateur records.
Yeah, the ionosphere, however, doesn't have a frequency.
It has a frequency range of topping out at about 30 to 40 megahertz.
The ionosphere does not have a frequency. It may have resonant frequencies that reflect or don't reflect, but I mean, the ionosphere is not light, so it doesn't have a frequency.
It's ionized gas. It absolutely
Minor
does.
detail.
It does have frequency, but it's all good. So the frequency of over 40 megahertz penetrates the ionosphere, and we sent them over 100 megahertz over 2,500 miles, which would have penetrated the ionosphere, therefore debunking the globe.
And I respectfully disagree, and that's very cool.
All right, cool. No worries. So we'll stay in touch, and as long as you're down to be on camera, then maybe you can jump on In the Field, or you can always jump on Schooling Globers. I'll probably facilitate time with other people a little bit more in the future, but thank you for coming on, bro. If you want to cover again, so you're an astrophysicist effectively, and you have a master's, and you've.
I was a software engineer, but I was dealing in orbital mechanics and.
So you're so kind of software engineer, kind of in the realm of aerospace engineer, and your degree was in what? Your degree was in astrophysics.
Yeah, I was trying to get a PhD in astrophysics, never finished the thesis.
Okay,
so
I got
they gave me the Booby Prize, a master's.
Okay, cool.
I wanted to be a professor and teach and live in observatories all my life.
Okay. Hey, can you maybe acknowledge that these crazy flat earthers may not be quite as stupid as people try to say they are?
It depends on what your claim is. If your claim is that Machian physics can explain gravity and all those things, yeah, maybe, but again, Occam's razor comes in when you have Newtonian gravity and Kepler's laws. Hey, it explains everything we see in the solar system. If you're going to claim that we live on a flat Earth, it's going to be harder for me to be polite about whether you're
gotcha. Okay.
Pseudoscience-y.
All right, cool. Well, we just debunked the globe. Maybe go back and watch it, take some notes. But all right, man, thanks for jumping on, and we'll see.
Where do I find debunking the globe?
I just did
Was that on this?
Yeah, I just did it with.
Did
radio.
I find it on X?
I just did
Witsit?
I haven't posted on there yet. I'm about to start, but I just did it with radio transmissions. We didn't even get into the microwaves, which is even worse because the beam divergence is way less and can't even diffract. Diffraction don't work. But yeah, cool. Well, don't worry. Stay tuned to the subsequent Schooling Globers, or you can go back and look at some future past episodes, and you'll figure out we don't live on a globe. We live on a stationary plane inside of a torus field. There's a measurable vortex that the entire sky moves.
God, all that pseudoscience, torus fields. You can't explain anything with equations, can you?
Why would I not be able to?
At least all the cosmology, Machian physics, there are equations for that.
Okay.
You can make predictions with that.
I can make predictions with the ether vortex.
You can make mathematical predictions with an ether vortex, where you have equations, you plug, you do a what if, you make a mathematical model, and you can come up with agreement with observations.
Absolutely, yeah. Specifically, even with the propagation rate of light and interferometry relative to latitude and direction. So get ready if you're gonna come on in the field. Get your stuff ready if you got GPS and satellites, and we'll discuss it. We'll stay in touch on X.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, brother. All right, do we have any other people on here? Let me catch up on the super chats. All right. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. It was the one person for a long time, but it has some credentials, and I think it was probably pretty entertaining, although circular. Catfish and whitetails. Death threats in Nashville debate. Probably higher ups trying to shut Effie down. I woke up in the middle of sleep, and that hit me like bricks for real. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I mean, if they claim that there were death threats, they're probably lying. They've lied about everything else. So I don't know about that, but Thank you for the super chat, Catfish and Whitetails. And then it made the other ones go away, but okay. $50, Daniel McLaughlin. Daniel McLaughlin. That's a tongue twister, bro. Very generous super chat, $50. Witsit gets it. Thank you so much, man, for the support. Greatly appreciated, bro. And then back to Hard Hitter 50, who said, when you get a chance, what do you think they are truly doing at CERN, specifically with the collider they love to boast about? That's a very good question. So what I've decided is there are these questions that true earthers have, right? And one of them is satellites. One of them is stuff about CERN. So I think the best way to go about it, to be the most edifying, is to integrate this stuff into in the field. So maybe that guy can come on and tell us about aerospace engineering and supposed satellites, right? I've recently come in contact with a CERN physicist, a physicist that works at CERN. It would be awesome if I could get him, comfortable with coming on in the field and as a respectful environment where we could talk back and forth with him to really get to the bottom of it. So there's that. But what do I think's happening? Well, I think that they're using gigantic magnets and magnetic fields to effectively move energy in such a way that they can cause collisions, right? Physical collisions of quote unquote energy. Now, energy isn't properly defined, and you start falling down the rabbit hole of like, what is light? What is magnetism? What is static electricity? It's a whole thing. But for example, what they call the electron is the terminal end of one unit line of dielectric induction. What they call the photon is actually the intersection point of the oscillating electric and magnetic field. It's an event. It's a process in both situations. And they try to call them corporeal physical entities so they can quantify them. So they just quantify little isolated areas within certain physical phenomena of electricity and magnetism and light. And then they just have this energy, this high energy within magnetic fields. It all uses magnets if you look into CERN, all of it. And they just collide it and try to isolate the interaction or whatever energetic output that there is, right? And so I don't dispute that they're actually doing something to that effect using very, very, very strong magnets, mind you, to kind of, manipulate energy in such a way that they actually observe the interactions that take place. But their interpretation of it is all pseudoscience. Whenever they start making up all of these subatomic particles and quarks and blah, 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 blah. Right? It's all pseudoscience, but the phenomena is typically real. It's just the interpretation is in fact not. So that's what I think. I'm not going to say that I've done like crazy in-depth research on CERN to be able to tell you every little detail of it. I have not. If I'm able to have that conversation with the physicist that works at CERN, I would do my preparation to have a good conversation with him. I did have a brief conversation with him about particle physics. It didn't get to fully develop the way I would have liked, but it was pretty interesting to say the least. Let's just say particle physicists don't like when you ask them to define virtual photons. So hopefully that kind of answered your question. Unfortunately, I'm not like some expert on that. I have looked into it. They just use a lot of magnetism. Cool. Let me make sure that we're caught up on everything. And then we'll open it up to the panel and kind of begin to wrap it up because we've been here for a minute. Okay, cool. I think we're caught up on all of that. And what I'll do is I'll come over to Rockfin to double check. Okay, Rockfin, level-headed. You, my friend, are a legend. The patience you have for some of these people is incredible. Thank you, man. I guess practice makes perfect, man. I'm kind of used to it. I think I still got some work to do, but thank you for the $20 tip. Hubble's Horror, $5 tip. Loving the gravy and honest debate. Thanks, Austin. Thank you, man. Appreciate the support and the kind words. Sick with it. Always supporting the channel. Thank you, man. Thank you for all you do, bro. Thank you for always watching on Rockfin, where free speech is celebrated, and supporting me. Greatly appreciated. And then I don't even know how we're working on it, Rockfin. Hopefully it's working, but let me double check. And we are on Rockfin. We got a few people watching. All right, cool. So what's up over here to Discord? How's it going, fellas?
Yo, good show, Witsit and Hap. I just wanted to say listening was fantastic. Thanks for all your input, brother. I like the educational background you have and all the input you had tonight. I am one of those flat earthers. I do believe the truth is that we're on a stationary topographical plane, and how we see the world is how they invented the globe less than 500 years ago. I know it sounds crazy. My dad is 76. He doesn't really like when I talk to him about what I'm looking into, because his answer to me was, I like space, I understand space, and I get it. So in his mind, he already has the truth and he's comfortable with it. He's held it in his mind for his whole life. And so here's his son coming to him saying, wow, where we live could be totally different than what we were taught when we were like 5 years old, all the way through our whole life. And it is freaky. It's like the easiest thing is to think that flat earthers are crazy and how could they think that, and that's so stupid. But it could be reality, and I just hope that that seed kind of sticks. And go to Witsit's channel on YouTube. Witsit Gets It. He has a Schooling Glober section. It's excellent. Watch his other in the field presentations with these PhD people. Last thing I'm going to say is I just came back from a great debate between two pastors about like, what is the shape of the world? What is this place that we're living on? Is it a plane or is it a globe? And there were PhD physicists, PhD theologians in the audience, multiple pilots, and they're all flat earthers as well. So right now it seems like we're a few, but we're growing quick. And hang on, it's coming.
Yeah, buckle up. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. It's about to go down. I can tell you that. Shout out to my boy Run Boston Bear, absolute legend. Hung out with him in person quite a few times. And one of the coolest, most genuine people I've hung out with. So thank you for throwing in some words of wisdom per usual. Let me read this other super chat that just came in. Hard Hitter 50, another incredibly generous donation of $100, bro. Thank you so much, man. Thanks for the answer, brother. That was awesome seeing Dean debate as well. Didn't really know. Look at the synchronicity. Didn't really know who he was before that, but he really knew his stuff for the most part. Seems like a ton of people are seeing the debate and opening up to the idea. I love it. Yeah, man. Same here. Thank you again for the support. Very generous. I think Dean absolutely crushed the scriptural part, and I think that he did perfectly fine with the other part. I mean, not everyone's as like obsessive as some of us. And yeah, I think it's amazing. I think it's going to open up tons of new eyes. I think it obviously would have been ideal if they had hosted it on their platform like they gave their word as a church that they would do. But as you see, it's already got like 30,000 on my channel. It's got 40,000 over on Jaren's, 20,000 over here. And so it's getting out there regardless. There's nothing that they can do to stop it. And yeah, just like Run Boston Bear just said, because this is like a nice little layover here. Run Boston JT just said that we are clearly on the precipice of the second wave of flat Earth, where it started in 2014, 15, really took off in like 15, 16, and then they clamped down on it. And now we've kind of like adapted to the censorship, and I can feel that it's about to tip back over. And that was just kind of like the symbol of that. So it's going to be a very interesting 2024, to say the least. But thank you for the very generous super chat and the support. All right, does who else we got in here who wants to?
Hey, can I
something?
speak up?
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
Okay. Hey, we talked before. I don't know if you remember. It was just like you came on my show one time. Anyway, so hi again, and I'm streaming right now. I don't know if that's against the rules. I don't want to break any rules. I happen to be streaming, and I popped in your Discord.
You're on Cozy TV, huh?
I used to be. They kicked me out because I wasn't cool enough.
Wow.
Just kidding. I made them all really mad.
Okay, but I remember you. Yeah, we talked about the ether. And
yeah,
stuff
that's
too.
me. That's me. But I'm on Kick now, by the way. Shout myself out. Kick.com/bigtech.
Okay. Well, just the only thing I would say is just like I am on YouTube right now, so obviously a slight.
I'll keep it totally cool. Yeah. Thanks. No problem. Yeah, there's different TOS on different platforms.
Yeah.
So if you remember our conversation, so no disrespect. I love everybody here, and I don't mean to be a dick. Excuse my French, but just for full transparency, I do think that you guys are just like nuts. That's just my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But I find it fascinating because you come up with these. You're very sharp. Like you're so sharp with it. You're quick with it. But I think you're crazy. And so it's like fascinating to watch that go down. And hey, maybe you'll change my mind. I kind of doubt it, but I do think you're nuts. But from that frame, so being for real, I don't want to sound like not gonna just like blow smoke. I want to be real with you.
That's cool.
And the first time we talked, I was sort of just in the question asking mode.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, I do want to ask another question. Well, the one's coming to my mind because I know I got here toward the end. I don't know how much time you have left on the show, but let me ask one question real quick. See where it goes. Do you think that Elon Musk knows that the Earth is flat?
That's a good question, man. I mean, I go back and forth. I think that he is in no way trustworthy. You can just look into his history. Probably. Yeah, probably. I know someone that has been in personal communication with him. I know someone that knows his nephew. His nephew said that that he was actually told that the Earth is inside a pyramid or something like that. That's what his nephew said. And then I know someone who actually was texting back and forth with him, was friends with him per se. He mentioned that he has a lot of friends who think the Earth is flat. He got super triggered, cussed him out, and blocked him. Curiously, he's never decided to go up and look at the Earth. So probably, and I think he's just a gigantic psyop. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Werner von Braun, the SS officer from the Nazis that was brought over here in Operation Paperclip, put in charge of space exploration, wrote a science fiction novel called The Mars Project, where the main character's title is Elon, and he founds the first civilization on Mars. And this was written in the 50s. He's even tweeted about it. Oh, what a coincidence. No, it's just they've done that with the moon landing. Jules Verne predicted it in the late 1800s. They've done that with meteorites before anyone supposedly observed or discovered them. So
wait, so what do you make of that? So that's a interesting, we can call it a coincidence or a synchronicity or whatever it is. Or are you saying that was intentional? You think that Werner von Braun wrote that book, named the thing Elon. Was Elon named after that character, and his whole life was being prepped to fool us to think that the Earth was a globe with his fake rocket program?
It does sound crazy when you say it like that, and you're pretty smart where you know how to phrase it. But he has a very sketchy family. He was born into one of the few family bloodlines, and he has a role to play. Absolutely, and that's why. His dad was
vague. What do you mean he has a role? What do you can? I just said it really fast and straightforward. Can you do that too? What do you think is? What are you saying without saying it?
Okay. So his dad was arrested for technocracy, and he has very suspect family and friends. Okay, everything they told us about him was a lie.
Which means
everything that they told. What I'm saying is they gave a narrative about Elon, but it was a lie. They tried to. You can watch Greg Reese's video exposing him in less than 5 minutes. They said that he was broke and poor and came up from nothing. No, he wasn't. His dad owned a mining company and he was worth tons of money. So why did they give us this narrative, right, that wasn't true about him? I think that his role right now is clearly to kind of be the loose cannon billionaire that no one can tell what to do, get everyone up behind him, claim that he's helping free speech but still censor the major subjects. Kicked off, yay. I think that he's like a honeypot, and I don't trust him at all. But I still support, in principle, his free speech, and X is significantly more free, etc. But I think he's kind of like Trump in the sense that he's here to placate and kind of make sure everyone remains complacent, and as if they have some, rich person that's going to bat for them, that they can just sit back and trust that they're gonna, do everything for them. That's what I think. I think his role is just like Trump's role.
So his desire and his lifelong mission of creating all these rockets, he started SpaceX before he started Tesla or got into Twitter or anything like that. He was in that finance thing that had to do with PayPal and you remember Peter Thiel and all that stuff. And he cashed out and he was rich, tons of money, and he could have just been a rich guy, but instead he basically wagered all that money on this rocket program that started with nothing. And the story is, if that's true, I don't know if the details are true, but he was just trying his hardest to get a hold of rockets because he wanted to start a rocket company. Tried to buy him from Russia, had to deal with Russian gangsters that were trying to rip him off. He's screw this. And he went and started basically out of a dude's garage, a new rocket company to build his own boosters.
Yeah.
So that he could send rockets to space. And then now he's the guy sending all of the payload up, which my follow-up question is where do you think all those satellites, are they just launching them into the ocean? Maybe you already have the answer for that, but I don't. So is he doing all that? Is he part of some big psyop program from way back? And he's yeah, I'm going to play ball with you guys to help you trick everybody to make them believe that space is real. And so he's just launching rockets that go nowhere.
No, Starlinks is a real thing. I've seen them. And you know what I see? I see them move across the sky above my head. I don't see them free fall around the ball. You could use electrogravitic propulsion, magnetic levitation, quantum locking. You could catch the ether drift. It's just a string of quote-unquote satellites moving over top of us in a circuit. It's not free falling around the ball. So none of the rockets are going to space. They cut the feeds. They never show us they never show us the rocket re-enter the atmosphere or anything like that. Yeah, we have million-mile internet that goes thousands of light years, but you can't show a space shuttle re-enter the atmosphere. That's BOB 2016. But so yeah, I think that it is a script, and I don't trust him. I at the same time I support him with normies. You know what I'm saying? Like just like I support Trump against a normie or a crazy leftist. See what I'm saying? But I just don't trust him, and no, I've done too much research to believe the fairy tale of
he
space.
knows that he knows the Earth's flat, and he's launching satellites up into the ether drift or the quantum levitation or whatever the cool thing is. That's not the globe. Yeah. He's conspiring to keep the secret of the globe while he is actually launching things up into the. Yeah. There are satellites up there, and the rocket program is a real program that actually does produce a payload up into what we're calling orbit. But it's not orbiting around a globe. He's keeping that hush-hush.
Yeah, I think some of them do actually maybe fall in the ocean, but I think a lot of stuff is going up in the sky. But I think one of the major disconnects is I don't believe the narrative that he's just some soul ranger out there that's some like badass just blowing his billions and no one can stop him. I think he's a front man, and there's an agenda, and they're helping make many of the decisions, and he's kind of the face of it. And what's interesting is what they're effectively putting up with Starlink is like Skynet, right, in Terminator. It's basically just the most sophisticated surveillance system ever. This is the same guy that wants to put a chip in your brain, which would be complete and total control. It's the same guy that's putting out electric cars that can be shut down and monitor where you're going, can drive you wherever they want you to go. Oh, you didn't pay your speeding ticket, going to the police station or whatever, right? Like the whole electric car thing is highly suspect. Although they're very cool, they put a bunch of really dope features in the cars that could be in a gas-powered vehicle. So he's checking every single box of the United Nations agenda, while somehow everyone thinks that he's like this rebellious guy going against it. He's not. He's increasing surveillance. He's taking over the biggest social media. X will clearly be the biggest social media platform in the world in less than 2 years, like for sure. And I mean, rightfully so. It's free speech, and it's integrating all the features, and it's interactive with users, and they're telling them what they like, and of course, it's going to grow. So he's going to have the AI. He has a new AI that's not going to be like cucked leftist, right? So it's going to take over where he has basically grip on every major sector, every technological sector. So it's kind of suspect because it fits right in with the United Nations agenda. So. I don't trust anyone that wants to put a chip in my brain. I think that's really weird.
So in that frame, then I would assume that you would believe that he knows that there's a firmament. And in that lens toward, then he would know that the Bible's true.
Maybe so, yeah.
And so he actually knows that Jesus is real, and he's lying about that. He knows that the firmament exists and the Bible narrative of the creation of the earth is real. And he knows what's actually going on, and he's just actively like part of a satanic agenda against that.
Yeah. I mean, have you seen what he wore on Halloween and made his profile picture? He literally wore a Baphomet. I mean, it's not like he necessarily
he's just an evil Antichrist.
Well, he's not the Antichrist, but I will say now this is
he's on that team.
And this is what's cool about this is what's interesting about the firmament, right? There's actually layers to it, and there's like plasma up there. You could definitely shoot stuff in space, quote unquote, but it wouldn't be a vacuum. It would be layers inside the firmament that are plasma. You could float around. That's why maybe it changes colors, like the rocket turns like blue with that extra little load they let off or whatever, right? The boosters. So I think that they are obsessed with trying to go high in the sky. They have been for a long time. I think that it is probably insane up there. You probably have insane conductivity. It's probably very cool. So the firmament's not just like this glass dome you go up and hit, can't go anywhere, and it's boring. It's like, no, it's like a plasmic ocean above us, basically. So I think they do shoot things up there, try to see how high they can go, maybe even try to get out of this place. Well, yeah, I do absolutely think that he's probably a Satanist. I mean, it sounds crazy, but why are there so many I don't even know what all I can say, but like crazy people that do very dark rituals against children and crazy wild stuff. I mean, that's a real thing, right? I don't think he's an exception, I guess is what I'm saying.
So what about the rest of his staff? Like he's got a big ass team for SpaceX and for Twitter and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Just if you're just your guess, because you don't know, you haven't interviewed him and stuff. But like when you think about an organization like that, that's going to put together the trajectory of the rocket and like they're calculating the telemetry and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing these comms all over the place. They're creating the Starlink system. They're building the satellites that are designed for certain types of environments. And you're saying these seismic fields and stuff. So it would make me think that they must all know too, like all the engineers and the scientists and even the financing people who are involved in it, who look over the data of like the plan. They are all in on it.
No, I would say that practically none of them would know, right? Like just like even at NASA, they said that you can't tell a difference in the like mock moon mission and the real ones, right? When you're inside the room that's supposedly monitoring it, they said it's so good you can't even tell the difference. They actually said when you're inside the rocket that you can't tell the difference. Astronauts have come out and said, I couldn't tell the difference between the real thing and the mock thing, except that the real thing, nothing went wrong, right? So this is in the 60s. They were saying that they had the technology to trick basically everyone there. You could feed telemetry data, etc. And I don't think you would have to change much of anything for like the actual satellites or CubeSats or whatever, right? Like it would just be actually a more cooperative environment to not be a vacuum, right? So yeah, I don't think any of them are in on it. Maybe a couple people.
Yeah, but the people who plan the flight path of the rocket, right? And they're like even where it's going to exit the atmosphere and re-enter. The plan for how long it's going to take, the position that it's going to be in for the GPS and all the different things that the alignment of the satellite grid that they're setting up for star. Like, in order to do that, like, if it's not a globe, it's going to be obvious to all those people, right?
Well, no, because what most people don't realize is that they actually use a Cartesian coordinate system from the initial launch position, and then they transform it into the longitude, latitude globe coordinate system. They also assume a geocentric stationary Earth, right, from a local position, and then they never treat the Earth like it's a spinning ball. Now, you would say they would start to treat it like it's a sphere once they get to a certain distance, and then they account for radius of orbit and fall through it. You could just, same thing, aim for a certain height, release whatever payload you have, and then it could just catch orbit another way. That actual orbit can be transformed from a plane to a globe.
Wait, that's not what orbit is. Orbit isn't a height.
No, I know that. I'm saying that you would just go up to a certain height, and then you would eventually attain orbit. Like even in the globe model, you have to go to a certain height, you have to factor in your radius of orbit, so a certain altitude above the ground to get your radius of orbit with a certain velocity, with a certain trajectory, with a certain mass, with a certain weight. When you factor all those in, supposedly you catch this like beautiful sweet spot where you can just start free falling, swooping around a ball forever, which is just made up physics. But what I'm saying is you can just transform that. You can transform that actual orbit with a circuit, and you can and they just use a geocentric stationary Earth. They don't account for the spin of the Earth at all. So yeah, and I would love to have this conversation with you some other time, maybe more in depth, because you seem pretty cool. It's a pretty interesting conversation, but I just want to kind of start to wrap it up.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, that's a generous amount of time for just a Discord caller. So yeah, but can I follow up with you later? Maybe we'll do that.
Yeah. So you're on X, right?
I'm on kick.com.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying like how do like the best way to communicate?
Oh yeah. I can DM you right here in Discord, or I'll follow up with you on X. I'm at BigTech404 on Twitter.
I'd rather do X because I'm flooded on here, and I'm just now moving over to X. There. All right, cool, perfect,
cool.
All right, yeah, thank you. Thanks for jumping on, brother.
Good call. Later.
All right, anyone else want to jump in before we wrap up?
Hey, can you hear me with it? Am I better now?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys, earlier. I don't know what the hell happened. My mic is usually really good on Discord, but I just want to say, first of all, thank you for being so flexible, for having, Hap come up here. Hap, shout out to you for being like really civil in the conversation. I DM'd you saying to you, Hap, that I wish you was a little bit more honest, but it was a great build. I'm glad that you was able to, get that figured out so we can come up here and talk to Witsit and everybody over there in the chat on YouTube. Shout out to the Misfits over there and all the level heads over there on Twitter X. appreciate you guys. This was a great conversation, a great discussion. Very entertaining, very educational. I learned a lot. Definitely got a lot of replay value. So I hope everybody enjoyed that as well.
Nice, bro. Plug your spot over on X, Flat Earth Fridays.
Oh yeah. So we do Flat Earth Fridays, man, every single Friday. We got tired of the globe earthers saying that we're not addressing any of the claims, that we running from the arguments. So we say, you know what? We're gonna make sure that we establish a platform for everybody with any perspective of the shape of the earth or the sky, whatever the case is, to come talk about it. So we do it every Friday. Witsit popped in last Friday. It was amazing. We had Alan up there, new perspective. We had Toby up there. We had Playing Reality. We had a great build back and forth with a CERN physicist, because we got everybody over there on Twitter, bro. I mean, you could talk to pilots, engineers, builders, physicists, scientists, like whatever you need, they over there on Twitter, and they know where to have a conversation. So Flat Earth Fridays over there on Twitter. If y'all want to have a conversation, you want to bring some claims, address anything that we want to talk about. We've been going for 77 weeks straight. And the purpose is for the globe earthers to come shut us down. The same thing that Witsit come over here and do the schooling of globe earthers. Just bring a claim and shut it down. If you can't, we're going to keep this train moving, and the tracks is flat, by the way. So shout out to the level heads over there. Level heads with a Z, by the way. And yeah, we're going to keep it going. We got some new stuff coming up this Friday too. Hopefully y'all pop in. And same thing with what you guys are doing over here on Discord. Shout out to Geo for pulling me up here. If you guys want to go ahead and get some guys, streaming some questions from Twitter, we can open up a space and do the same thing. Just to throw that idea out there. But great build, a lot of conversation. Gang. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, perfect. Much love, brother. Yeah, I definitely want to just let me just respond to him. I got you. Yeah, I definitely want to collab with him. It's a dope space, and he made a good point. Like Twitter or X has everyone on it. I mean, politicians are on it, you name it. Everyone that's anybody has to have an X account at this point. So it is a good resource for us to tap in, and maybe you can even funnel people over here, because this is kind of rocking out 24/7 where people can jump in. And so we can hopefully collab and become a nice little familia and spread out our reach is kind of my idea. All right, Michael, what you got, brother?
All right, so do you think that it's fair to say that Flat Earth is a consistent model? Check testing, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry, I muted myself. No, I don't think that there is such thing as a consistent model of the Earth anywhere.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, you don't know me, but I've debated this subject, defending evidences for the flat Earth, dozens of times. I'm just on TikTok. That's where I'm at. I have a following. However, I don't consider myself a flat earther, and in many ways, my problem is that I think by the time you may be able to show that something that's taught, just mainstream, is not true, it still doesn't make, I feel like, it easier on the side of flat Earth. Like, I mean, just to be honest, I think there are so many more questions that I think it also poses figuring some of this stuff out. Like, where do you land on just, obviously we don't have $16 million a day to spend on trying to figure out what's actually powering the sun, or, how some of these things actually function. And all that becomes just problematic for me. It's almost like easier for me to just attack what I think that's taught is true, is false, more than trying to actually demonstrate or prove everything of a flat Earth model. Am I making sense? Are you hearing me?
Yeah, it seems like an overwhelming pursuit to try to replace it effectively. Like, it is unrealistic to think that we even could, because they have been using billions of dollars, the world's universities, the world's governments, they've been at it for hundreds of years trying to explain it. But a part of that is we actually don't need to know how far away a star is anyway, right? So what I would say is I think I have a pretty functional model, actually. I don't know if you've seen any of my stuff, but it's actually more viable than the current paradigm in many ways, because we have a unified theory of everything, a grand unified theory. You would have a theory of everything, meaning that there's the torus field geometry all the way to the small, what they call the The proton is actually just a torus field, provably has a vortex. The electron, all of this is just little torus fields. There's an ether that explains all of quantum mechanics, all of quantum field theory more accurately, that can scale up to the local scale, then scale up to the large scale where we live inside the torus field on the plane with the vortex, which has been measured with interferometry. And everything moves around the Earth in a geocentric pattern. If you look at the planets of the Earth, they all fit perfectly within the torus field geometry. It's a much more elegant, coherent application of physics and even observation. And then if people began to truly figure this out, then we would get those resources. We would get everyone behind it. It would just be a numbers game until that actually happened. I guess the reason that going right at the mainstream claim is important is because falsification is independent of replacement. So if I falsify it, I don't need to replace it. And that would be the first step so that people understand, well, now we need to work together to replace it. To be honest, there's not many questions now that we can't answer other than a perfectly functional map. And that's an impossible task until we get the word out enough, because it's, 1776, the king gave a decree that you can't patent a map unless you use the longitude and latitude coordinate system of a globe. We can't privately explore past the 60th south latitude, much less known as you can't really go past the 55th north latitude. The southern oceans are completely sketchy, and so we would have to kind of begin to explore and work on it, and that would take some time for the map. Usually when people say you don't have a model, they mean a map. But you don't model the Earth, you model different phenomena. Right, like the globe has the geodynamo model. They have the that's the core. Then they have the geomagnetic model. Then they have all these different models. They have different gravity models. And so a lot of people are like, I can't keep up with flat Earth because there's so many people who say so many different things. Well, same thing for the globe, only they have billions of dollars and tons of years in universities. They still can't figure it out, right? There's over 200 different variations of modified Newtonian dynamics proposed on NASA's own library to try to replace gravity because it's falling apart. So that was a lot. There's a lot to say about that question, but long story short, I can acknowledge that it's somewhat overwhelming, but I think that we're actually making progress with it. I think that a lot of us have found, it's a very overwhelmingly obvious geometry of the Earth and everything else, and it scales all the way from the small to the big, and all of a sudden we can explain the unanswerable questions in physics. We don't have the paradoxes of wave-particle duality and virtual photons because we can have an ether, which has been established with many, many years of tests and interferometry. The globe model can't have an ether because if there's an ether, the Earth can't be moving through space. So now they're pigeonholed in quantum physics and they can't explain what they're seeing. The vacuum energy, right? The permittivity and permeability of a vacuum, the Casimir effect, all these quantum foam, as they call all this different stuff. So we actually have an advantage of explanatory power in many ways. Their cosmology's fallen apart. If the Earth's in the center, we don't need dark energy. We don't need dark matter. So we're actually eons ahead of them already, ironically. So yeah, I think it's maybe kind of overwhelming, but since we're on the correct path, we would waste much less time. So that's why I think it is important that we get over the hump. And if we get enough people understanding this, then we'll piece it together much quicker. So hopefully that kind of answers your question. It's definitely a big question. I will say this. I use this analogy for falsifications independent of replacement. If I found a folder in my parents' house that said, "Do not open," and I opened it up and it said, it was adoption papers. It said I was actually adopted. And then I ran up to you and I'm like, "Bro, you're not going to believe this. My whole life is a lie," which is why it's kind of analogous to flat Earth. And then you're like, "What do you mean?" "Well, I just found adoption papers. So it turns out those aren't my real parents, right? My whole life's been a lie." And then you're like, "What? There's no way." Are you saying everyone in the town is in on it? And I'm like, "No, they believe that they're my parents too." Well, who are your real parents? That's a logical question to follow up, right? And I would say, I have no idea. I just discovered that they're not my parents. But here's the evidence, and we falsified that those are not my biological parents. I don't know who the real ones are yet. And then if you say, "Oh, well, I don't believe those aren't your real parents until you can tell me who the real ones are," I'll be like, that's ridiculous. So the first step is to kind of falsify what they said and then try to figure out who our real parents are, if you will. That's kind of how I view it. And I think that we're doing a pretty good job, actually, when it comes to combining all scales of physics. So I know that was a long answer, but hopefully that was thorough for you.
That analogy.
Yeah, no, that's great. I hear you. And you actually answered a few other additional questions I was going to ask about the map. Something else that's on my mind is definitely about the ether. So I have a question regarding well, that and something related to it. But I just wanted to say that um, it's just problematic for me at times when some of this is just an appeal to mystery. I mean, there's so many things, whether it's in the evolution theory or in current cosmology and gravity and how in dark matter and how all this stuff works. I feel like they appeal to so much mystery, and so in some ways, I do sort of feel like, okay, you don't need to replace it, right? And in many ways, you don't even have to make a positive, right? You can
Mhm.
just say that you think that the evidence supporting the globe is just bad, right, or unconvincing or whatever. But that just at times I do feel like, well, okay, well, what is it? We begin to try and dive into some of these things and just end up peeling to another mystery. Okay, so back to the ether now.
Mhm.
Uh, Maybe not so much the ether. Honestly, there's some of this I really don't fully comprehend yet, but um, I've been just seeing and hearing things in relationship to the firmament. Obviously, it's believed as a hard structure, which is where we get even pressure in the atmosphere. But I've also seen things about there being some type, maybe there's a fluid up there, or
Mhm.
they just saw that video of them. They just released that rocket and all some of the different imagery and what exactly is it made of? Like what's your view on some of these things? Like I've heard that there's like the name of it's actually slipping me. It sounded almost esoteric. It was uh, yeah, just some type of a different fluid, or I'm not even sure. But what do you think about that? Have you heard anything about that? Is any of
Yeah.
that related to the ether? I
Yeah.
just appreciate if you schooled me on that right now.
Yeah, yeah. You might be thinking about superfluid. Superfluid is like it has no viscosity, which means resistance to flow. So you could basically just move through it with no resistance. It's a real thing that we can see in physics, and it looks like maybe there's superfluid above us. Who knows? It's just a theory, but the ether is just that there's this background medium and everything comes from it. It's a primary substance, a primary substrate. So electricity and magnetism is ether thrown into motion, as Tesla would say. Static electricity is the ether under stress and strain. The way that we know that something is there is, for one, logically, nothing doesn't exist. So what's outside the material world? Something. What's inside a vacuum that we see waving? Well, waves aren't things, they're just types of movement. Something's moving. So what, call it ether, don't call it ether, something's there waving, something's giving us electromagnetic signatures, something is giving us the energy that pops into existence. We can acknowledge the ether, mainstream cannot, because again, if there's an ether, you have to go back to Michelson-Morley. And Michelson-Morley showed that the earth was not moving. And if there's an ether, you have to admit the earth's not moving. You can't use relativity anymore to try to explain away how it didn't work. And the way that we know, basically, if you think of like a giant whirlpool, or this is an ancient concept, it's been known for a long time, they called it celestial milk, but there's just a giant vortex, like in a Farrell cell image of a magnetic field, you'll see a giant. I can show you some images in just a second, but anyway, what they do is they take interferometry measurements. Those are like lasers, right? And what they found is that when you shoot these perpendicular to each other, the lasers create what's called an interference pattern, right? So it's basically like this crossing, right? It gives you a phase shift, a fringe shift, an interference pattern, and that the light is supposed to be constant in speed, but it actually goes faster in a specific direction based on which direction the sky moves. It actually changes throughout the year based on where the sun is, and it increases as you get higher and higher, closer to the sky. None of this can happen if the reason that we have ring laser gyros and all this is because the earth is spinning. So there's basically the analogy that all the evidence supports and is being suppressed and no one can rebut from the other side is that if there was a river and I swam across the river, I'm going to go slower than if I swam with the current. So the light basically goes faster, even though I don't think it actually travels, with the direction of the sky, with the current of the ether, quote unquote, whatever that is, undefined, So it's a vortex. So that's a glimpse into it. It all of a sudden makes everything unifiable. All of a sudden you can actually explain interferometry measurements, etc. And that would be what everything is moving within. That would be what everything comes from. And Nikola Tesla gave us the entire electrical field that we have, the entire like electrical grid that we have. And he would have said the mere idea that the ether doesn't exist is absolutely ridiculous and asinine, as would Oliver Heaviside, Charles Proto Steinmetz, all the fatherheads, the giants of electrical field theory. And we still use classical wave mechanics as if there is an ether, but they can't call it that. So I have Frank Wilczek, a Nobel Prize winner, over here saying, oh, there is an ether. There for sure has to be. We've discovered it. Robert Laughlin from Harvard, particle physicist, like, oh, there is an ether. So the evidence is that there is some type of background, call it what you call it, and the current model can't acknowledge it. So I don't really think we appeal to mystery as much as just evidence. What's up?
Is it immaterial, or would you say the ether is material?
It's a good question. So if it was quote unquote material, it would have tenuity beyond conception, as Tesla would say. It would be more thin than anyone could even conceive of. I think it's immaterial as we define it, and it just like gets excited or disturbed, and then when it gets excited, it then becomes perceivable, whether that's light, static electricity, matter. I think those are all different versions of the same thing. So yeah. And I'm doing a new ether presentation soon where I show that atomism and particle physics is not tenable, and that an ether framework is, and that's really the only two that I've ever proposed, and I kind of answer a lot of those questions. I'm not claiming to be the one person in the history of mankind that's been able to fully understand and identify the ether, right? But I think I have a decent grasp on it, and the evidence seems pretty overwhelming that there is a background medium. Again, with interferometry measurements, we've basically proven that something is causing the light to go faster.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
went over my head, but some of it I do understand. I look forward to checking out those videos.
yeah, cool, man. Yeah, check them out. And if you go to I have some like short clips my boy Toby clipped out of one of my streams. That's True Earth 101. And in one of them, I break down the geometry. I show you like the torus field, the ferro cell image of a torus field magnet. Torus field, I show you the motion of the planets mapped out on a geocentric position. And you start to see that we see this very geometry everywhere in nature, and that's what really clicked for me, is actually seeing it and realizing like, oh, it makes perfect sense. We see the Fibonacci sequence, the golden ratio, sacred geometry, torus fields, vortexes, vortices, all throughout nature at all scales, and that is the fundamental unifying characteristic.
So if the heavens are in fact moving, would that, I take it, be like sort of the source creating or causing the ether? This wouldn't be an equivalent example, but we know that two things are up against each other, right? Cause friction, right? They can compete, which is a form of energy. If the heavens are in fact moving, could that be creating any type of energy or producing any type of effect? Would that be what's causing the ether? I take it, or
I would say that ether would be like the canvas that everything is moving within. Like Tesla described it as there's two fundamentals, and there is the ether, the luminiferous ether, and then what he called the prana, the life-giving force, whatever sets the ether into motion. There seems to be some type of primary mover of energy in the center, and it's setting everything into motion within the ether, including the ether itself seems to drift, or there's a drift within it. So actually, all the material and all of that is a byproduct of the background, right? It's a version of it. It wouldn't create it. It seems to be the canvas that was there, that everything was placed within, if you will.
Okay. So this is a totally different question that just came to mind. I'm going to jump here, but so what do you say to there being different constellations which can be seen throughout the year? I'll already caveat that with the fact I think it's way harder to explain the Earth is obviously tilted, rotating, flying around the sun flying through the galaxy through the universe. It's probably more problematic from their position to explain. Obviously, that it's put them extremely far away, which I'm not even sure even solves the problem. But what would you say to that, though?
That we see different constellations throughout the years, what you're asking?
Yeah, is that legitimate?
We see the constellations relative to our quote unquote latitude, and they just they spin over top of us, right? So they slowly change their position throughout the year, and then they reset every year. So yeah, everything we see in the sky can be explained with just this giant circular vortex motion around the Earth, and really over top of it. None of it works on their position, right? I mean, the Earth has to be in the center based on all observations. This is the real tea, bro. The reason this is so important is there's something called the Copernican principle, and it says that the Earth does not occupy a special or unique position. It's a philosophical principle that the Earth is unimportant. Okay? Because if the Earth is in the center, then it is important, it is special, it is unique, it had to be placed there logically. They choose not to believe that. And so they've created entire frameworks and pseudoscientific ideas and theories and stuff and told everyone it's fact because of that philosophical bias. And to quote Edwin Hubble, he says, the evidence implies that we are in the center of the universe, and that can never be disproven. It implies that we're in a special or unique position. But because a special position is intolerable and horrific, we must avoid it at all costs and do whatever we can to try to explain it away. That's Edwin Hubble, which of course you got the Hubble telescope, Hubble constant, very, very famous guy, right? And so that kind of shows their cards. Stephen Hawking also point blank says, we can never disprove that the Earth is stationary and in the center, but I choose not to believe that the Earth is special out of humility. So it's a philosophical decision, and that's why it just cascaded into all this nonsense, where now they can't even explain light at all. They call it particles and waves at the same time, or so that's the real hidden secret and hidden gem in all of this. And that's why I actually talk about it, because it's been very detrimental to like my life and convenience and financial and social status, right? But I just think it's very important because they're trying to make people think that they're insignificant.
Yeah, no, I hear you, and I think there's many other implications too you could add. I mean, obviously they've removed God from the picture as well. I mean, the Constitution at least acknowledges that rights come from God. You remove God, well, where do they come from?
Exactly.
Come from, whoever's the most powerful, right? Your government might as well. So I hear you. Thanks for answering my questions. Probably come at you a little weird because obviously I've been skeptical of science for probably going on just over a decade now. So I've like always questioned, really learned a lot about this. But yeah, still some things, are tough for me. Wish we knew more. And yeah, appreciate you taking the time, just answering some of my questions. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And you can reach me on Telegram if you want to stay in touch at Witsit, or on X. Yes, you're on TikTok. You can try to message me on there. I think I have a lot on there. I haven't checked, but I'm about to start jumping on there. So yeah, we'll stay in touch, man. Maybe do some collabs on TikTok or something.
Yeah, you'll see me over there. I got a small 45K on there.
Cool. You have more than me. I've never even posted anything.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's TikTok. You can take a picture, of your dog and get more followers. Man, there's like frogs out there who have 3 times as many followers as me.
That's funny.
It's not a joke. It's funny, but thanks. We'll do. Sounds good.
All right, cool. Much love, brother. All right, anybody else got something they want to say before we get out of here?
Hey, Wiz, I just want to say thank you for highlighting all those things that you were saying to the last guy. Because I'm tired of like the globe earth, the straw man, and saying, "Oh, we want to believe in flat earth to feel special." Like, no, bro. We are looking at the observations and we're deriving those results and finding out that we are special. We do have a unique position. That is an observation. So it's not that we want to belong to a special and unique group. We are realizing that through being honest through the observations. So I appreciate you saying that, bro.
Yeah, very well said, bro. Very well said. All right, anyone else want to jump in, say something? Toby, you want to say something? What do you think about the show, bro? How dare you?
Good stream, brother. God bless.
Thank you, man. Thank you. All right, cool. If anyone decides they want to say something, it's cool. I'm about to read the super chats real quick.
What's the real quick? Oh, Hap, that was just up here. Oh, he's still up here. So he was gonna volunteer for tomorrow, but you got that all figured out? Because I don't want to hold him up.
Yeah, I got Professor Parks, a PhD astronomer, that's going to jump on there. But I'm definitely down to have a conversation with him in the future. And thank you, bro, for trying to help a brother out and getting him on here.
Yo, Witsit was like, hey, yo, Sacred, I got 24 hours to get FTFE out of here and find a replacement. I was like, don't worry, bro, I got you. I'm going to do some research. We're going to see what we can do.
Oh, yeah, I appreciate you, man. That's clutch.
Yeah, definitely, no doubt. I put the link I link you guys up so you could do that show. And for all the academics that's listen to this, because this is gonna be a dope replay. I just want to make sure that you guys realize, what we're discussing here is the difference between like science and academia, right? And we appreciate you guys putting in all that work, all those years of studies, and adopting that idea and deriving your observations from that framework. But again, academia is just like tenure accumulation. Right. And it's regardless of where the truth leads. So that's why we ask you guys to be honest, because what science is supposed to do is help you discover the truth, right? Regardless of where that observation leads. So please be honest when you're having these conversations, and we might be able to, come to more discoveries, new truths. That's what we're here for. We don't want to be biased. We want to avoid that bias and find out the truth of our reality. So we asking y'all to help us with that conversation. Kind of for Witsit for doing it. Appreciate you.
That kind of relates to the thing I wanted to say. I'm looking forward to one of these streams at some stage, if you're up for it, Witsit, proposing a model for the flat, because it seemed like in this one we were talking on it fails. I would love to do the same thing to hear about the perihelion shift of Mercury and how that is explained, what it is, where it is, how far it is, that kind of stuff.
Okay, bro. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a reasonable request. I believe that it's probably a good faith request. Like,
it is, honestly.
Yeah, it's if you kind of put yourself in my shoes, right? It's like like everyone's kind of asking me to do that, and I am kind of working on it when I have time. But think about how many different people with how many different resources and time took to even get this model that's just like tiptoeing and stumbling through right now for your side. But yeah, I think I have a lot of it figured out, and I can propose a general working model. So I just got to get time to put everything together. But I think that would be a cool stream to kind of cover like some theoretical ideas for a model. And
yeah. And I think you can set that context for the globe as present, being like you've had thousands of years to work on this. We're working on it for the last 10.
Yeah, not even. But yeah, dude. And that it's speculative. I'm not making definitive claims or anything. But yeah, I'll definitely. You're not the only one asking. Trust me. There's plenty of people from this side asking for me to try to work on the same thing. Let me shout out the super chats real quick. Justin Johnson, thank you for 5 more memberships, bro. Thank you so much, man. You've given so many memberships. You're a legend. So welcome to the Misfits, whoever got the memberships, and thank you, Justin, for holding it down, bro. I'll shout out that the merch is launching again. I'm losing my voice. We're gonna have to wrap it up. Mark Kings, thank you for the $13.99 super chat. Your patience really keeps things on point. Thank you, man. I'm trying to work on it. Sometimes I lose my patience. Definitely the people in Discord know that. But yeah, I'm growing in that field. Thank you for the kind words, bro. November $4.99. Thank you for the super chat. Do you think there is real research or answers to what the sun and moon and stars are, / how they work, that the proverbial quote unquote they keep from us and exclude from mainstream? Yeah, absolutely. I think it's probably spiritual in nature. I mean, this is my speculation. I'm not trying to debate this. I think that what is above us is mind-blowing. I think that there's potentially way more sentience than one would think there, and they basically told us that there's no sentience, and they got people to debate about the statistical probability that maybe some little ounce of sentience exists somewhere if you look at how big this universe of nothingness is. And I think it's way deeper than that, way crazier than that. I think the energies are way closer. Again, I think they may be sentient. I think they're effectively swimming in the celestial milk, which has been known about for many, many, many thousands of years. So I think they just have an access to ancient knowledge. If you look at the Antikythera mechanism, which I'll shout out, the mechanical realm, you can check out that documentary. I haven't watched it. I heard it's really good from trusted sources. It breaks down the Antikythera mechanism, right? And if you look at that, think about how good of an understanding they had of how the sky works. better than we can even replicate with supercomputers today. I think that they have the access to the ancient knowledge, and that they've just kind of removed it from us. So using just a little bit of pattern recognition, one would reasonably assume that they have a superior understanding of the true mechanics and nature of the way the sun, stars, and moon work, and they use it to their advantage. As the more successful and wealthy of people I meet, the more they are directly basically consulting the sky or the position of the things in the sky when they make business decisions. So that's my experience, that's my opinion, and also that does overlap with my worldview. Where I think the sky is very special, and they probably know that. So I mean, think about this from their perspective. If the sky is very special and you should make decisions based on it, and it gives you signs and wonders and times, and that there's certain energies that align at certain times, and you're able to manipulate people at certain times or be successful with certain subjects or fields at certain times, if you knew that, but everyone else didn't know that, then that would give you an insane advantage. And then they got everyone looking down at a black mirror while they're constantly looking at the sky, probably at high elevations with no light pollution and incredible observatory telescopes. So that is my position. I would say yes, it's logical to assume they probably would have superior knowledge in that field. All right. Anyone else on the panel want to say a little final thing before we get out of here?
Yeah, bro.
What's up, my brother SC?
Yeah, guys. Yeah, good show, bro. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, speaking about that documentary you mentioned about the Antikythera mechanism, I highly, highly recommended it. I watched it last night. Super, super cool. And yeah, the more people that learn about this stuff, what the ancients knew and all the technology they had, and yeah, it's a very, very good documentary. And I must say, I've been pleasantly surprised this past week. I was kind of like a little bit down, thinking that we're spinning our wheels going nowhere, all the truthers. But I must say, what I saw the past couple of weeks, especially this debate with the two pastors there, and it appears there's a lot of people, more than I thought, that are getting into this and talking about it. And yeah, the more people, the better. And yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised lately with all these new people. So shout out to all the new people. Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Oh, that's me. Sorry.
Echoes back. That's funny. Yeah, I'm gonna head out too. Y'all are awesome. The truth is worth pursuing. It's so valuable. And don't just assume you have the truth already in your head. Like, do some digging. Set aside what you think you might know to actually validate some stuff, or try to prove the globe. Just try to prove it.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I had to reset the camera and then the mic was on again. But yeah, see, I totally agree, man. It's like we're being revived at just the right time, and there's like this rejuvenation process taking place, and we're kind of getting prepped to go back into the real important battles. I think this is the second wave, and I think it's going to be pretty exciting, and that was just kind of the start of it. And so there's a lot of new people kind of coming around, and I think the creator's doing it, and that means that there's no stopping it. And if you thought that was big, I think that certain select truthers are going to be thrown on huge platforms randomly, out of the blue, unexpectedly. And I think that the next year is going to be crazy. That's my prediction. I could be wrong, but and then SE's vouching for that documentary, which is cool because I know he's the one that hit me with the Antikythera mechanism quite a while ago. He's been on top of that for a minute. So everyone go check that out. The Mechanical Realm on YouTube. I think it's already got like 20K in 10 days after it hit 18 in like 5. It seems to have kind of been halted a bit. But yeah, go check that out. It should be cool. And shout out to my boy SC. Shout out to my boy Run Boston JT. Cool. Anyone else got any final words to say before we get out of here?
Just if anyone wants to talk about science, we're doing like a weekly thing over at the Ether Cosmology server, which I don't mean to pull people away from Earth Awakenings by any means, but we're specifically just trying to talk about science and talk about, trying to conceptualize what a flat realm could look like, or even a geocentric realm. And we're trying to not so like this is schooling globers, right? This is actually talking about trying to unwind cognitive dissonance, trying to unwind the idea that everything warps around the speed of light. Whereas over there, I want to try and have more of a like an enlightening discussion for us that actually want to now take a step back and look like, okay, now what can we ascertain, knowing that we can look at this as nothing more than a framework, nothing more than a purely theoretical framework.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's very
Tuesday,
cool.
7 p.m. Robert Bennett's been coming pretty much every week. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern?
Yes.
All right, very cool. Yeah, and I plan on collabing with you guys at some point as well. And shout out to Robert Bennett, what a legend. I feel like it's just a matter of time before some of the dominoes start falling. But yeah, very cool, man. I think it's cool how you're kind of pointing out the difference there, which is exposing the lie, kind of helping walk people through their cognitus, or really be like, bro, look, this illusory confidence that this model's got it all together is not convincing us, bro. You need to look at it honestly. There's a lot of problems here. That discussion is one thing, and then trying to kind of figure out what's really going on is the aftermath. And so they're both very important. One could argue the second one's more important, right? Although they're kind of joined at the hip, because if you get more people from the one, then it helps with the second, right?
Yeah, all we've talked about for like 4 weeks is like 90%, or it's like 60% of the time is just talking about relativity still. So
yeah, it's rough. It's because relativity is this all-inclusive claim about reality that has to be kind of addressed.
Yeah.
Well, cool, man. I'll definitely pop over there, and thank you for chilling, bro. All right. Anybody else got any final words before we get out of here?
Hey, subscribe to Witsit, become a miswit, pop in the Ether Cosmology, pop in the Earth Awakenings, and then Flat Earth Fridays. Man, we got the whole week covered, basically.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Witsit.
Yeah. No, appreciate you, bro. And I think what you guys are doing over there is very cool, man. I'm 100% behind it. All right, cool. Well, I guess I'm gonna get out of here. In terms of Discord, I'll kind of give everyone a wrap up. I guess Discord will still be able to maybe hear me, but I'll go full screen for the stream. Well, thank everyone for hanging out, everyone on the stage, everyone in the audience. I know we had a bit of like a circular conversation at one point, but it was probably edifying for some people. I think it was cool. I think it was an overall good show. So hopefully everyone enjoys this and we can keep this going and it'll keep getting better. I think it's cool. I am getting a bit tired, but thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for kicking it. Shout out to my boy Geo. Earth Awakenings, links in the description. If you want to join the server, I encourage you to do so. Even if you want to pop in for the next Schooling Globers, if you have some questions, if you think the Earth's a globe, if you just want to sit in kind of VIP front row, if you have questions about any of this, there's this stream just running 24/7. So you can go to Rumble. So if you actually come in here, you'll be able to get the links to that. I'll even start adding that 24/7 live stream link as well. So I really want to start help promoting the different communities, and we need a takeover everywhere. So the link's in the description. You should come join. If you're new to this subject, if you have any questions, this is the place to come in and ask some of the basic questions or to learn about it. And it's like an ongoing 24/7 resource. So shout out to Earth Awakenings. The QR code is in the thumbnail, and the link is the first in the description. So, all right, cool. I'm going to say farewell to the Discord. Optically, you guys can still hear me, and then I'll even chill with you guys a little bit after I wrap it up. So let me come over here and talk to the YouTube. I'll even show you guys this so you're not completely left out of the loop here. All right, so there's another $5 tip on from Harmon on Rockfin. From a 1963 New World Atlas book I posted on your Telegram general chat info on pear shape. Okay, very interesting. I will check it out. Hopefully you added me because the Miswitch chat just gets popping, bro. But very cool. Let me double check on Rumble. I think we're good. Then let me check on YouTube one more time. Super fluidity of naughtiness. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I hope you can always find the resolve, patience, and tenacity to diligently press forward the truth in spite of constant repetition and refocus. Pretty elegantly stated, and yeah, I'm trying to, man. I think sometimes I get a little frustrated or worn out with it, but I just quickly realize that I think it's super important, and I feel like it's part of my purpose, and nothing's going to stop me from doing it. So you don't have to worry about that, bro. I'm just trying to keep up with all the goals I'm trying to do, and not like overly stretch or become too ambitious. We've got to create a team that can make it all happen. So thank you for all the generous donations and all the support. We've maintained really around 700 on YouTube, 50, 60 on Rumble, and another like 40, 50 on Rockfin the whole time. So those are pretty good numbers, and thank you guys for kicking it. So a couple things I'm going to play the summit trailer at the end here, but we have the True Earth Mount Meru 2 summit. So the Mount Meru 2 summit is Friday, the 8th and the 9th. So you should consider getting your tickets. Links in the description. We have like a bunch of legends. So we have Dr. Andy Kaufman, who just absolutely buried all the pseudoscientific nonsense over the last few years that probably saved many people's lives. I'll say it that way. We have Dr. Kelly Brogan, who just crushed Big Pharma on Joe Rogan. She's a legend. I met her at Flattoberfest. She's very cool. We got Dr. Amanda Vollmer. If you don't know her, I don't know what you're doing, but she just is like a walking, living, breathing encyclopedia of information about health and the terrain and the body. We have Mike Winter from Alpha Vedic, which they are big on electroculture and many other things. And many more legends. We have Alan from Space Eyes, who just absolutely ladles gravy. If you don't know, which I'm sure many people here do know. We have Stellium 7 talks about basically were there giants, what is actually going on in the past, and many other things, and some of the archaeological and even anthropological evidence in an anatomical approach. Hopefully you followed that. With an anatomical approach, it's very interesting stuff. We have Jay Tolan from Jay Tolan Media, who has some of the best observations ever. We have Justin Harvey, who has just destroyed being able to go viral. He asked the guy about bubbles in space. Scott Kelly, the astronaut that went viral, he went viral for calling out the ISS at a city council meeting and just destroyed it. Went in there looking all dapper with the suit, perfectly articulate and professional looking. Called him out for faking space on the ISS. So that's my boy Justin Harvey. A little bit down the road, he's a legend, and he's also does a lot for the truth regarding not allowing children to be attacked with poison. So shout out to him. And we have many more legends there. We have Deepak and Foundering performing music. We have Ian Cunningham doing comedy. I think I'm also giving a presentation. So there's enough for the promo, but it's definitely super dope. You want to go there. If you can't see it the whole time because it's so long, you still got access to it before and after. You can watch it back. If you're VIP, you get to sit in the room, like front row. You get to interact with the speakers. You get to be a part of the VIP after party where everyone just hangs out and interacts kind of behind the scenes. You get special VIP giveaway, and you get special coupons and stuff like that. We try to really hook everyone up. And when you go, if you're hearing about it from here and you want to support me, then you would pick my name from the drop down menu. It's mandatory, but we do that so that the proceeds the revenue goes to the different speakers so that we can help the truthers. So that's why, of course, it costs money, is we pay them to come and then we cut them the money if they get people to come, so that we can kind of help continue to build truth community and get like a nice conglomerate of really dope, useful information. Eventually you can get it for either free or next to nothing in the future. So there's that. It's very cool. I definitely encourage you guys checking it out. I've got nothing but good feedback, and the summits keep getting better, and we're about to launch something really big with the summits, so stay tuned for that. Cool. That is link in the description, trueearther.com, and that is, again, Friday and Saturday. Like I said, I'm launching this is the etheric state fasting merch. So I forgot that we're not wearing misfits, but either way, this is the merch we got for our blends where everyone fasted, and we got people curing, not medical advice, curing all kinds of illness and ailments and losing weight and dropping inches on their waist and like clearing up their skin and having better eyesight and crazy testimonials. We're putting them all together. I feel really passionate about that. So I encourage you guys to look into it. You can go to Etheric State in the description. We have electrolyte blends to help you start intermittent fasting and eventually working on fasting. We have a community that all works together and encourages each other. I think it's like life-changing to do that. If you're having any issues, you should definitely consider it, even if you have to work your way up to it. And the Miswits merch, I need like a freaking press secretary or something. The Miswits merch is officially ready. I've got it in the mail. It's embroidered. It's super nice. So I have my stamp of approval on it now. So we're about to officially launch it. It's very dope. I'm not even really making money on the merch, but I just want it to be high quality so everyone kept asking me for the merch. So anyway, that'll be available soon. There's like a hoodie and a matching joggers embroidered. It's super dope, which is what I always wear. That's why I got it. And if you go to the summit, you'll have exclusive discount and access to the Miswits merch before it launches for everyone else. And there you go. All right, now that we've gotten the commercial over with, I hope you guys enjoyed this. I think this was a successful Schooling Globers episode 22. Plenty of information, replay value, clips that can be brought out of this. So I think it's cool. I think it's edifying, and we'll continue to get better. I've gotten good feedback on the format, so I hope you guys enjoyed. I know that was a lot, but there's the housekeeping. And yeah, let's wrap this up. So seek and speak truth unequivocally, and the weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So who cares what other people think, man? Because if you do diligent research and you start to discover truths that are forbidden or hidden or we've been misled about, when you've done the research and discovered these things, other people are always going to attack you, not believe it. Sometimes truth is stranger than fiction and they freak out. Like, who cares, man? Who cares? Like, it's important that you seek and speak truth. We have children growing up being misled, being attacked, being confused, and you're supposed to, you know, stand up for the future generations, stand up for your family, stand up for truth in general. It's important for your spirit and soul. So speak the truth no matter what. And who cares what people think? Because what's true is rarely popular, and what's popular is rarely true. So links in the description. I'll catch up with you guys later. Peace.
Cool. So we're not streaming to his live stream anymore.
So they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?